Chapter 1861. Compared to him, the rest of the people were secretly elated. If that was the case, they would not have to risk their lives by entering the vortex. Hee, our luck is not bad, the tan man said with a low laugh. Even though the sixth vortex was about to be explored, how could it be safer than working for Lord Baokuin? We don't need so many people. Just 3 groups will do, the Black Lotus Demon Lord said calmly. The cave master nodded, his cold gaze sweeping across the area as he called out 3 groups. Groups 1, 2, 3 come over. Groups 4, 5, 6 will take over the positions of the first 3. Hearing this, the 30 members of Groups 1, 2, and 3 were overjoyed, immediately running over. The remaining Groups 4, 5, and 6 were whipped by the Dustless Moon faction disciples to the first, second, and third vortexes. Su Yu and the rest, who were supposed to be in the 6th group, were now standing in front of the third vortex. The tan man's face was as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling in fear. The third group, the group of death. He had eavesdropped on the conversation of the half-martial artist disciple that the third group had the slowest progress. This was because the traps in the third group were large but not sparse. No matter how many people entered, no one could escape the traps. All of them died within, and very few were able to break the traps. So far, the second whirlpool, which was second to last, had 30% progress. But the third group had not even made 10% progress. They would definitely die if they entered. We are doomed. We are completely doomed. The tan man's eyes were blank, filled with despair. Suyu, on the other hand, looked relaxed. The dangers of the traps were manageable, but Lord Baokuin was even more troublesome. Why are you stopping? Go in immediately. The people of the Dustless Moon faction behind them held long whips, forcing them to walk in. The others who had been captured did not know that the traps in the vortex were waiting for their deaths. Even though they were uneasy, in order to survive, they reluctantly obeyed the Dustless Moon faction and entered the vortex. Su Yu did not say a word, his expression calm as he walked toward the vortex. But at this moment, the eyes of the tan man beside him flashed with determination. He raised his voice and roared, "Brothers, don't be fooled. There are traps in the vortex that will definitely kill us. Millions of people have already died before us. The Dustless Moon faction wants to use our corpses to fill up the traps. Everyone run." He used all the divine power in his body and roared loudly, transmitting his voice to all areas. There were millions of captives gathered together. There were less than 10,000 Dustless Moon sect disciples guarding them. A single spark can start a prairie fire. After the seed of fear was sown, it immediately began to spread in all directions. There was a huge uproar among the millions of people. The expressions of the Dustless Moon sect disciples changed as they searched for the source of the sound. However, someone as cunning as the dark-skinned man hid in the crowd after letting out a loud shout. He didn't say a word and quietly observed the situation. In fact, he could have exposed the truth from the very beginning and created the current chaos to escape. However, he didn't do that. That was because he knew that even if the enemy only had 10,000 people, not many of them would be able to escape. He had no other choice. But the effect was very good. The living beings that had been forced to come from thousands of miles away were already feeling nervous, now that they knew that there was a trap who could remain calm. Run! There was no need for the dark-skinned man to shout. Someone else shouted in panic. Then, instigating shouts could be heard everywhere. The millions of people were in an uproar. Like a group of scattered ants, they fled in all directions. Some fled back to the mainland, some fled to the deep sea, and some fled to the camp where Master Baokuin was. The Dustless Moon sect disciples kept shouting, but to no avail. Their voices were drowned out by the huge uproar. In their anger, they had no choice but to kill. Their strength was far greater than that of the ordinary disciples, and a casual attack could kill a large number of people. The dark-skinned man took advantage of the chaos to escape. Suyu looked at him calmly. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a heaven and earth divine warrior overseeing the place where the dark-skinned man had fled. He would definitely die if he went there. Suyu looked away and didn't intend to warn him. He turned around and took advantage of the chaos to enter the sixth vortex. As soon as he entered, the pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was nauseating. What was slightly strange was that the horrible scene of broken limbs and broken bones that he had imagined didn't appear. Apart from the lingering smell of blood, there were no corpses. Moreover, the seals and traps that had been destroyed could be seen everywhere. In front of him was a straight and deep tunnel. Suyu moved forward quickly without hesitation. After half an hour, he encountered countless destroyed traps and seals along the way. Only then did he arrive at a place where the smell of blood was faint. It seems like their exploration has come to an end here. Suyu's eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, a whiff of divine energy flew out and shot toward the seemingly empty tunnel in front of him. Poof! All of a sudden, a giant net made of densely packed blood-red light appeared in front of him. It was the size of the entire tunnel, and it blocked the entire tunnel. The hole in the net was very small, only the size of a palm. It was impossible to escape by bypassing the net. Are the traps so simple? Suyu didn't let his guard down. If it were so easy, it wouldn't have been so easy to explore. All of a sudden, the net of blood-red light changed slightly. Suyu raised his brows slightly, and without saying a word, he immediately took a few steps back. Right at that moment, the giant blood-red net suddenly pounced toward Suyu like a flash of lightning. All the people and objects in the entire tunnel were within the range of the giant net. There was no possibility of escaping. Creak! Suyu was not in a hurry. The silk on his wrist flew out like a dancing snake, twisting a huge hole in the net. Only then could he enter calmly. However, as soon as the red net was twisted, a new one slowly grew in its place. Suyu took advantage of the fact that the red net had not fully formed and immediately slipped through. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, holes suddenly appeared all around the tunnel, and a large amount of poisonous fog sprayed out from them. Suyu tried his best to keep the traps intact and did not destroy them. He merely condensed a layer of real dragon divine fire in front of him to evaporate all the poisonous fog that came close. Then he took another step forward. 2 golden puppets walked out from the depths of the tunnel. They were made of unknown materials, and they exuded a very powerful aura. The 2 puppets immediately pounced toward Suyu. He flicked the silk and cut the puppet's body. However, it only managed to cut through half of the puppet's body. Suyu was secretly surprised. Even with the sharpness of the silk, it couldn't cut through it. Bang! At the same time, the fist of the puppet on the right arrived first. Suyu dodged it, and the fist bombarded the stone wall. The whole stone wall shook violently, leaving a long crack. This attack was no weaker than the attack of a top-notch double-crown divine warrior. As soon as his attack landed, another puppet attacked. The narrow environment was not conducive to long-range combat. Evil Dragon Bible. Suyu shouted, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long giant dragon. The giant dragon claw slammed forward, barely blocking the attack of the other puppet. However, the first puppet reacted, growling and pouncing toward Suyu. Suyu opened his mouth and spat out a huge wave of flames, burning the 2 puppets on the spot. No matter how hard their materials were, could they be as hard as the body of the evil dragon lord? As the flames burned, the bodies of the 2 puppets immediately showed signs of melting, and their movements became slower. Suyu transformed into his human form, calmly passing through the space between the 2. However, he had not gone far before the walls of the tunnel were filled with a corrosive liquid that was as black as ink. It was not only underground but also above his head. One of the drops accidentally dripped onto Suyu's skin, immediately corroding a huge bloody hole in his arm, causing Suyu to gasp. What a strong poison! He now had the physical strength of a double-crowned divine warrior, and a mere drop could corrode his body. How terrible would it be if all of it was poured onto his body? He finally understood why 2 of the dustless moon sect's double-crowned head attendants had fallen here. Each step was a trap, and each step was a restriction. Each was not particularly powerful, but when stacked together, the risk of a double-crowned divine warrior dying was greatly increased. He made a grabbing motion with his large hand and grabbed the extremely black robe. Then he fled with it. The black robe's isolation ability was extremely strong, and it was naturally effective against the corrosive poison. He put it on and soared into the air. Sure enough, the corrosive liquid could not penetrate the black robe. After a few consecutive flashes, he left the corrosive area. As soon as he landed, the traps and restrictions were triggered again. Helpless, so you could only focus on dealing with them. Just like that, the 6th vortex, which seemed to have been more than halfway through, exhausted all of Suyu's divine power and various means. When he arrived at the end of the tunnel, in front of a huge silver-white stone door, Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. That dark-skinned man thought too easily. 39 traps and restrictions along the way, let alone the 10 of them. Even if there were 100 times more of them, it would still be impossible. Of course, this was also because Suyu did not deliberately destroy the traps and let them continue to act as roadblocks to block the people of the Dustless Moon faction. Otherwise, he could have used his divine techniques to bombard the surroundings, which would have been much easier. Right now was the end of the tunnel, and behind the stone door was the secret realm. Judging from the layers of traps and restrictions arranged in the tunnel, it was a very big deal. It would take at least a triple-crowned divine warrior a long time to open a tunnel at full strength, and it would take at least a year for a triple-crowned divine warrior to open all 6 paths. What was in the secret realm was not easy to imagine. Therefore, he did not rush forward, but stayed where he was to recover his divine power and physical strength. At the same time, after 2 hours, the turmoil outside finally subsided. The 10,000-strong men of the Dustless Moon faction had shocked the crowd with their slaughter. Coupled with Master Bao Kuin's personal attack, they had finally killed more than 100,000 people to intimidate the million people. Master Bao Kuin was a benevolent old man dressed in a white robe. However, the moon-worshipping followers present would never forget that it was this old man who had just killed more than 10,000 people with a casual strike. His ruthlessness was far greater than all the Dustless Moon faction disciples. "Master, they have been reorganized," the Black Lotus Demon Lord said nervously, afraid that his master would be angry. Master Bao Kuin said lightly, "Continue to open the secret realm as soon as possible. The news is leaking faster and faster." Chapter 1862. He glanced at a few of them and smiled contemptuously, as if he had seen the hidden forces among them. "Yes," the Black Lotus Demon Lord said respectfully. All of a sudden, a frantic whistling sound could be heard from within the tent. Master Bao Kuin's expression changed. The Black Lotus Demon Lord said in disbelief, Did someone reach the end of the tunnel?" Everyone who entered the vortex carried a communication jade talisman with them. In fact, in addition to communication, the jade had another function, which was to locate someone. Once someone reached the end, the jade would send a signal immediately. Now, it was a sign that the location of the jade had reached the end. How is this possible? The Black Lotus Demon Lord couldn't believe it. Just now, millions of people were in chaos, and it didn't arrange for people to enter the 6 vortexes. As for the previous batch, all of their communication jade talismans were dark and dull, which meant that they had all died in there. What was going on with the signal that suddenly popped up? Whoosh! Master Bao Kuin disappeared, and the Black Lotus Demon Lord immediately followed him to the tent. In the center of the tent, there was a formation plate with a circumference of 100 feet. There were 6 tunnels simulated on the formation plate. The end of the tunnel, marked with 6, continued to shine brightly. Master Bao Kuin's eyes flashed as he said, "Contact this person immediately." The Black Lotus Demon Lord bowed and immediately took out the communication treasure that corresponded to Suyu's jade and sent a message. In the depths of the 6th vortex, Suyu had just recovered his divine power when the jade on his waist rang softly. He scanned it with his soul, and a message from the Black Lotus Demon Lord appeared immediately. "Have the seals and traps been destroyed along the way?" Suyu curled up the corners of his mouth and said, "Break them all. Please spare my life." There was no response from the other side. They didn't care about his life or death. What they cared about was whether all the seals and traps had been destroyed. Soon, a series of screams came from the depths of the tunnel. The sound was deep and thick, and it didn't sound like the weak moon worshipping disciples, but the disciples of the dustless moon faction who rushed here in a hurry. The giant blood-red net must have given them a big surprise. Sure enough, the jade on his body immediately transmitted a flustered and exasperated message. "What's going on? Why are the seals and traps still there?" Suyu replied calmly, "How would I know? Why don't you come and ask me in person?" Sensing that something was amiss, Black Lotus Demon Lord shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Take a guess." Suyu laughed playfully. After that, he pinched 2 of his fingers together and completely crushed the jade. The reason he had left behind these restrictions and mechanisms was to prevent the dustless moon sect from catching up immediately. He believed that without Master Bao Kuin's help, it would take at least 7 to 8 days to break through these mechanisms. Turning his head to look at the silver-white door, he flicked his sleeves, and a gust of wind blew, easily pushing the door open. Dragon scales appeared all over his body, and the true dragon divine fire enveloped his body. He even condensed the silk in his palm. As expected, the moment the silver door opened, a gust of nameless black wind rushed over without any warning. The black wind was mixed with an intense stench. The corrosive power of the black wind was even stronger than the corrosive liquid he had encountered before. More than half of his true dragon divine fire was extinguished. His robe was covered in black dust, and a large part of it had been corroded. The remaining black wind blew on his skin, directly cracking his dragon scales. Suyu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Looking over, he saw a beehive the size of a water tank hanging on the lintel of the silver door. The moment the door opened, it touched the beehive. The beehive would release a terrifying black wind, which would destroy the person who opened the door. Dashing out of the silver door, Suyu carefully closed it. He believed that he could teach the dustless moon sect a lesson. Only then did he begin to size up the secret realm behind the silver door. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of him was a vast ocean, a vast expanse of whiteness. Compared to the white ocean outside, it was even more dazzling. Scattered islands dotted the white ocean. The silver door was located on one of these islands. A secret realm? Suyu's eyes scanned the surroundings. He had investigated the emperor-killing sword in detail. It was said that it had been crafted by an ancient pathmaster who had entered the path of killing. He had slaughtered countless living beings in his lifetime, and his body contained an earth-shattering, murderous aura. Before he passed away, he had used the horn on the top of his head to forge a sword that gathered murderous aura. It was called the Emperor-Killing Sword. A shred of the Killing Pathmaster's consciousness had been integrated into the sword, which made the Emperor-Killing Sword extremely intelligent, comparable to a living being. It could parasitize living beings. When a living being unknowingly held onto the sword, the Emperor-Killing Sword would take the opportunity to integrate into the living being's body, making itself one with the living being. Then it would control the living being to continue slaughtering the common people. In the past, the Killing Pathmaster had committed too many murders, so he was besieged by countless strong men who killed him. No one had expected that the killing Pathmaster had barely managed to escape, leaving behind such a huge problem before his death. The sword had slaughtered dozens of 5-star civilizations, devouring countless living beings. In the end, the Ecliptic Palace took action. Several Pathmasters joined forces to suppress the sword, sealing it in the Ecliptic Palace, and erasing the consciousness that the killing Pathmaster had left in it over the years. Only then did it slowly become one of the ancient swords of the Ecliptic Palace. However, after a rain of Tao descended, the sword suddenly disappeared, never to be seen again. Su Yu did not expect that it would reappear in the Dark Star civilization, a 4-star civilization. Although the consciousness of the killing Pathmaster has been erased from this sword, it is still a sword full of murderous intent. Wherever it passes, it must be filled with murderous intent. Su Yu thought to himself. However, when he looked around, the surroundings were peaceful, without any trace of powerful, murderous intent. It seems like I've come here for nothing. Su Yu sighed in disappointment. However, since he had come here, there was no reason for him to leave just like that. He looked around and suddenly discovered that there was a living being's aura on an island, and it was not weak. There was a double crown emperor, several single crown emperors, and hundreds of peak overlords. Oh, this secret realm has existed for so many years, yet there are still living beings that have survived until now? Su Yu was slightly curious, and after a few breaths, he appeared on the island. The island was like a shell in the middle of the White Sea, looking exquisite and exquisite. On the island, there were strange living beings dressed beautifully. Their bodies were snow white and their hair was golden. They were tall and slender, looking very similar to humans. However, different parts of their bodies had a white moon mark. As expected, they are living beings from the extraterrestrial civilization. Su Yu nodded slightly. If he was not mistaken, they should have been left behind by the extraterrestrial civilization that had invaded the Dark Star civilization. Su Yu did not deliberately hide his existence, so he was quickly discovered. Enemy situation. Enemy situation. The island's alarm sounded loudly. Urgent sounds of flute playing could be heard. Before Su Yu could understand the mystery of the flute sound, he looked behind him in surprise. He saw a black mass of flying insects flying towards him from the horizon. There were more than 1 million of them. At the same time, spiritual insects appeared one after another on the island and in the sea. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of insects surrounded Su Yu. So, they are controlling spiritual insects. Interesting. Su Yu nodded slightly, and the dragon blood in his body started to circulate, emitting a powerful dragon's aura. The ferocious spirit insects immediately panicked and scattered, not daring to come any closer. The flute's sound rose and fell, and the spiritual insects could no longer be controlled, scurrying around in panic. The whole island was in chaos. Su Yu glanced in the direction of the center of the island and said calmly, "This is not the way to treat a guest." After a moment of silence, a sigh came from the center of the island. "Ah, I didn't expect the ancestors' legend to be true." Swish! A white-faced elder with a goatee stood in front of Su Yu, looking hale and hearty. He looked Su Yu up and down, who looked very different from them, and said leisurely, "The ancestor said that one day someone from an extraterrestrial civilization would come here and take away the things left by the ancestor. The ancestor's prophecy is amazing." Su Yu's eyes flashed with an obscure light. "Oh, may I ask who the ancestor is?" "The ancestor of the Day-Sun clan, Emperor Bai." The goatee elder's eyes shone brightly. Su Yu shook his head lightly. "I've never heard of him." He had only heard of the Dark Moon clan, but had never heard of the existence of the Day-Sun clan. The Dark Moon clan and the Day-Sun clan were exactly opposite in terms of their names and skin color. He wondered if there was any special connection between them. "It's normal that you haven't heard of him. Even we don't know what kind of person Emperor Bai was," the goatee elder said slowly. "However, The things that Emperor Bai left behind are absolutely true. He warned his descendants that if one day an outsider came to take them, they must hand over the things and not keep them in their hands. Is that so? Why doesn't it sound like something good? But since he was here, he naturally had to take a look. You mean you want to give that thing to me? Suyu asked. The goatee elder nodded slowly. That's right. We will abide by Emperor Bai's last words. Someone was giving him something as soon as he arrived. Haha, not bad. Lead the way. The goatee elder led Suyu onto the island. Many of the Daesun clan members on the island looked at Suyu with surprise and vigilance. Their eyes were wide open. Suyu responded with a calm smile. With the goatee elder leading the way, Suyu arrived at the center of the island. A snow-white stone as tall as a human was placed in the center. In front of the stone was a giant incense burner, and an endless stream of living creatures came to worship it. You're not talking about this stone, are you? Suyu was slightly surprised. He really could not see what was going on inside the stone. There was a mysterious power that hindered his vision. The goatee elder nodded slightly. That's right. That is the divine stone of the Daesun clan. The Daesun stone was also left behind by the White Emperor. Are you really willing to give it to me? Suyu asked again. The goatee elder stroked his beard. As long as you can carry it, of course you can. Carry it? Is it really that heavy? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He walked up to the Daesun stone. Dragon scales appeared on his arms, and his body was surrounded by the law of giant strength. He used all his strength and hugged the stone. Unexpectedly, it was not as heavy as he had imagined. In fact, it was very light. A hint of coldness flashed past Suyu's lips. Even without turning his head, he could hear the goatee elder's thoughts. Chapter 1863. If you can't lift it, it could be because it's too heavy or you don't have the right to lift it. The goateed man stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Suyu. Little did he know that his thoughts had been completely exposed to Suyu's ears the moment they met. There was something wrong with the White Sun Divine Stone, something very wrong. Suyu easily picked her up, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. From within the White Sun Divine Stone, a dense fog of light suddenly burst forth, instantly enveloping Suyu. Without waiting for Suyu to react, the dense fog of light turned into a cage, trapping him within it. The gap in the cage was extremely small, and it was very sturdy. Suyu tried to use the body of the double-crowned emperor to tear it open, but the light fog cage did not budge. Don't waste your energy, extraterrestrial being. This is a seal left behind by the White Emperor, specifically designed to restrain extraterrestrial beings. Even the Three-Crown Emperor would be helpless if trapped, let alone a mere peak overlord like you. The goateed old man revealed his true colors, calmly saying. Suyu, who had been carelessly tricked, had a gloomy expression. You lied to me? Crash! A few of the White Sun warriors, who had been lying in ambush, surrounded Suyu. The goateed old man said disdainfully, Our ancestors once said that extraterrestrial beings are cunning. If anyone asks for the White Sun Divine Stone, let them have it. It seems that the extraterrestrial beings are nothing more than this. Suyu clenched his teeth. We have no enmity. Why did you lie to me? His face was full of anger and confusion, and he seemed to be on point. The goateed old man said calmly, I lied to you because you are still useful. Without waiting for Suyu to ask, the goateed old man waved his hand, and a group of White Sun warriors immediately carried the cage away. Suyu struggled in the cage, but could not escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was carried away. Of course, this was what the White Sun clan thought of Suyu. Only Suyu knew what he truly felt. Oh, interesting. Apart from me, they have captured many extraterrestrial beings who accidentally entered this place. Suyu was willing to wait for death because he had heard what the goateed old man was thinking. It turned out that apart from Suyu, there were other beings who had been captured. In other words, the dangerous Whirlpool Passage wasn't the only entrance to this place. In other words, the Saintess who went missing after coming to the secret realm might also be here? That was why he pretended to be a captive. If he could find the Saintess, it would be the best. He would kill her with a sword and eliminate any future troubles. Seeing that Suyu was being taken away, the elder with a goatee placed the white sunstone on the ground back to its original spot. He then bowed deeply. Ancestor, please forgive us descendants. It is not that we want to go against your wishes, but that we must find a way to leave this space. Otherwise, our whole clan will be exterminated. Those beings from the extraterrestrial civilizations are helping us. The White Sun clan's warrior brought Suyu deep underground. It turned out that under the seemingly narrow island, there was actually an extremely large underground space. The area was extremely vast, and even with Suyu's soul energy as a 3-crown martial emperor, he could not see through it with a single glance. It was estimated to be at least half the size of the Day-Sun clan space. The entire underground had been excavated. Whoosh! As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of chains rolling. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a ragged dark moon being, his right leg bound by a long chain. The other end of the chain was tied to a chubby White Sun clan being. He held the chain in one hand and a long whip in the other, lashing the dark moon being fiercely. Under the whip, the dark moon being trembled. He unleashed the dark moon divine light and continued to dig deeper into the ground to open up this place. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 10,000 similar scenes. Many of the beings bound by the chains were dark moon beings, and only a few were from other clans. But without exception, they were all forced to open up an underground world by the Day-Sun clan. At that moment, the Day-Sun clan's warrior who was carrying the cage retrieved the chain that had been prepared beforehand and wrapped it around Suyu's ankle. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He did not dodge, allowing himself to be bound. Only then did the Day-Sun clan's warrior relax and open the cage. Fatty Luo, I've assigned you another newcomer. The Day-Sun clan's warrior called out to the fatty from afar. The fat-headed, big-eared Day-Sun tribesmen trotted over with the Dark Moon tribesmen like dogs. After sizing Suyu up, he grinned. Aha! Another peak overlord from an extraterrestrial civilization. I was worried that I couldn't catch up with the progress this month. Hee, then you must remember to treat us to a good meal, the Day-Sun clan's warrior said with a cheeky smile. Fatty Luo patted his belly. Don't worry, I, Fatty Luo, have plenty of good stuff. As he spoke, Fatty Luo took out a small bag and tossed it over. Eat as much as you want. Don't stand on ceremony. The 4 Day-Sun clan's warriors opened the bag, their faces filled with excitement. Glorious sun fruit. Fatty Luo, you're a good friend. If I have more good stuff next time, I'll definitely give it to you. Suyu secretly curled his lips. The glorious sun fruit was a very common spiritual fruit in the Dark Star civilization. Generally, only people below the level of deities would be interested in eating it because the vital energy it contained was very little. The 4 Day-Sun clan's warriors were all bronze overlords, yet they were still excited about such a small thing. It seemed like the resources in this cavern world were quite scarce. After the 4 Day-Sun clan's warriors left, Fatty Luo grabbed one of the chains that bound Suyu with one hand and laughed. Little baby, from now on, work for me obediently. If you're obedient, you'll have food. If you're disobedient, I'll let you have a taste of the whip. As he spoke, he lashed out with the whip. He wanted Suyu to remember the taste of the whip so that it would be easier to discipline him. The people of the Dark Moon clan shrunk their necks and secretly sighed. Another unlucky fellow. Fatty Luo was one of the few Day-Sun clan members who was cruel and merciless. More than half of the extraterrestrial civilization creatures who fell into his hands did not die of exhaustion or battle, but were tortured to death by him. If he was slightly displeased, he would beat people up. Occasionally, when he was drunk, he would beat people to death. Before him, Fatty Luo had already killed 7 or 8 extraterrestrial civilization creatures like this. He had only barely survived until now because of his good luck. Looking at the weak human captive, he secretly pitied him. However, the human was not afraid. Instead, he looked around leisurely. Only when the whip was about to hit him did he turn his head and look at Fatty Luo. Suddenly, Fatty Luo felt as if he had been ruthlessly whipped. His fat body trembled violently and his hand went limp. The whip that he had struck fell to the ground. "Pick up the whip. Don't let anyone see it." Suyu calmly glanced around. "Yes, master." Fatty Luo's eyes were still very lively, but his respect for Suyu came from the bottom of his heart. "Do not call me master. Call me human." "Yes, human. Now that's more like it." The people of the Dark Moon clan were so shocked that their jaws dropped. This is a divine technique? No, this is a secret technique of the soul. How is this possible? Don't tell me this chain didn't seal you? Unless you are a divine warrior of heaven and earth, there is no way you can break free from these chains. To prevent the captive from escaping, the chains that bound the captive were not ordinary ones, but specially made ones that suppressed divine energy and soul energy. Only the inspector who held the chains could use the chains to remove part of the bindings. Because of this, Fatty Luo could control him, a silver overlord, even though he only had the cultivation of a bronze overlord. But what about the human in front of him? It was shocking that he could use secret techniques of the soul despite being suppressed. A divine warrior of heaven and earth? More or less, Suyu said calmly. He was not a divine warrior of heaven and earth, but if the double-crowned divine warrior encountered him, he might not be able to escape successfully. Suyu looked at the people of the Dark Moon clan with a thoughtful expression. The people of the Dark Moon clan felt that something was amiss. If the fact that Suyu had the inspector under his control was leaked, it would be detrimental to Suyu. If he were Suyu, he would definitely kill Suyu immediately to keep the secret forever. Wait, you can't kill me. If I die, it will attract the attention of the White Emperor puppet. The people of the Dark Moon clan had an idea. Suyu's eyes flickered. The White Emperor puppet? What is that? Only then did the people of the Dark Moon clan heave a sigh of relief. You can't be thinking that the strongest person in the Day Sun clan is that old man with a goatee, right? Was that not the case? He was the person with the strongest soul energy on the entire island. 3 years ago, a strong man of the double-crowned divine warrior accidentally fell here. He chose to fight it out with the old man with a goatee. He did win, but he still became a captive. Why? Because the White Emperor puppet attacked. The people of the Dark Moon clan looked around cautiously, lowering their voices. Although the ancestor of the Day Sun clan, the White Emperor, had fallen countless years ago, before he died, he made 2 extremely special mechanical puppets for his descendants. They were extraordinarily powerful, and each of their palms was as powerful as the attack of the triple-crowned divine warrior. 3 years ago, the double-crowned divine warrior lured the White Emperor puppet out, and was injured by it, becoming a captive. A puppet at the level of the triple-crowned divine warrior? Suyu's eyes were filled with surprise, but he was not the least bit surprised. In the tunnel of the 6th vortex, the puppet of the double-crowned divine warrior had already appeared. So why would the puppet of the triple-crowned divine warrior appear as well? He just did not know how much weaker these 2 puppets of the triple-crowned divine warrior were compared to the real triple-crowned divine warrior. But to be able to easily crush the double-crowned divine warrior, they should not be too weak. Suyu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not directly attack on the island. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of the 2 White Emperor puppets, it would be troublesome. At that time, Suyu, who had completely exposed his cultivation level, would not have been restricted by just this ordinary chain. It was very likely that it would have been a chain specially made for those above the martial emperor realm. A moment of caution had saved him from a disaster. Where are the puppets? Suyu asked. Do they have their own intelligence? The people of the Dark Moon clan pointed to the surroundings. They are near the underground space, monitoring all the captives. Once they discover any abnormalities, they will immediately appear. Did that mean they had intelligence? That was a little tricky. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said, "Let me ask you 2 questions. First, how did you come in?" Chapter 1864. The Black Moon was the only moon of the Dark Star civilization. It would be full once a year. At that time, the Dark Moon divine light released by the Black Moon was at its strongest. It was more than 10 times stronger than any other day of the year. Therefore, most Dark Moon clansmen would cultivate on this day. That day, I was chasing after an enemy, but who would have thought that the Black Moon would suddenly cast a strange moonlight that enveloped me? By the time I realized it, I had already entered this space. After that, I was tricked by the goateed elder and became a prisoner. The others were teleported on the day of the full moon. He looked at Suyu in surprise. Today wasn't a full moon, so why had he come to this space? The second question is, did the Holy Maiden of the Moon worshipping cult fall in here a year ago? Suyu asked. The Dark Moon clansman stilled. Who? Moon worshipping cult saintess? How is that possible? Seeing that Suyu's eyes were gradually turning cold, the people of the Dark Moon clan immediately said, "Wait, I have never heard of the worshipping moon sect leader. But if I were the worshipping moon sect leader, I wouldn't easily reveal my identity as the Holy Maiden, right?" His words were reasonable. The Holy Maiden probably didn't show her true face to others, so it was unlikely that anyone would be able to recognize her. If that was the case, it would be troublesome to find the saintess herself. Even if he brought the moon-worshipping holy stone that could detect the identity of the saintess, as long as the saintess touched it, it would continue to glow. It seems like I'll have to give it some thought before I find her, Suyu thought to himself. He then pointed his finger at the space between Fatty Luo's brows. Suyu's soul divine crystal was flooded with memories in his mind. A year ago, 100 people fell into this place and were all captured by the White Sun clan. Among them, there were 50 women who were controlled by another censor. All of the captives would be locked up in a huge cage every night during the night's rest. That was the best time to look for it. Right at that moment, Suyu's sharp senses detected a powerful gaze rapidly shooting toward him. Suyu's heart shuddered, and he immediately gave Fatty Luo an order. Fatty Luo waved his whip and shouted, "Newcomers, get to work!" Suyu immediately activated his divine power and started to dig the ground. Almost at the same time, a tyrannical gaze swept over and stared at this place for a few breaths before disappearing. That was close. The members of the Dark Moon race secretly wiped their cold sweat. That was the White Emperor's puppet. Suyu nodded slightly. Zhang Xian pondered as he dug underground. From Fatty Luo's memory, he knew that the White Sun clan had begun excavating the underground space under the island 100 years ago. Their goal was to use it as a refuge. Because in this world, other than the Daesun clan, there was another extremely dangerous clan, the Blood clan. No one knew where the Blood race came from, but they had existed since ancient times. They came in all kinds of forms, including insects, fish, birds, and beasts. Their common trait was extreme bloodlust. Occasionally, a small group of vampires would attack the island and devour the Daesun race. There would be a major attack every 10 or more years. Every time, the White Sun clan would be able to repel them, but they would also suffer heavy losses. In the past, all the islands in this world were inhabited by the White Sun clan, but now, only a few of them remained on this island. The rest were devoured by the vampires. In order to avoid the disaster, the remaining Daesun clan members began to excavate the underground space of the island as a precaution against the blood breeds. The only fortunate thing was that the last large-scale attack by the vampires had been 3 years ago. According to experience, the next attack should be at least 7 years later, so there was no need to worry about being sent to deal with the vampires. In the past, the captives were all used as combat power. Once the vampires attacked, The captives would be thrown out to deal with the vampires and fend for themselves. As night fell, all the captives were gathered by the censors and thrown into a huge cage. Outside the cage, there was a row of houses. They were the caverns where the censors lived, and they were decorated lavishly. At this moment in Fatty Luo's mansion, his hands were naturally hanging by his sides, and he was standing respectfully to the side. Su Yu was sitting leisurely on the armchair, wiping part of the memory of a female captive summoned by Fatty Luo. No, Su Yu took back a moon-shaped stone from his hands. He had asked Fatty Luo to summon all the female captives who had entered in the past year in the name of the censors. Now he had summoned 10 in a row, but none were the same. There were still 40 left. Go again. So you said. The member of the Dark Moon clan bowed and said, Master Yu, we can't continue summoning. The captives are all under the responsibility of their respective censors. The censors of these 10 captives are on good terms with Fatty Luo, so it's fine to summon them. However, the other censors won't be so easy to deal with, especially the 3 tyrant sisters. They have always disliked Fatty Luo. In Fatty Luo's memory, there were indeed 3 tyrant sisters. Not only were they powerful, but they were also the direct descendants of the goateed elder. No one could afford to offend them. Once, Fatty Luo had unintentionally provoked them, and they had beaten him until he couldn't move. Indeed, we can't continue summoning female captives, Suyu agreed. The member of the Dark Moon clan heaved a sigh of relief. He was terrified by Su Yu's audacious behavior. Fortunately, he had restrained himself. I should have gone to all the censors directly, Su Yu said indifferently. Let's go. Bring me to see the 3 tyrant sisters first. Huh. The member of the Dark Moon clan felt his legs turn to jelly. Crazy. He must be crazy. The eldest of the 3 tyrant sisters, Bayu, was a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Wasn't seeking his own death by going to him? Yes. Fatty Luo held onto 2 chains and dragged the reluctant member of the Dark Moon clan over. However, something unexpected happened. Before Su Yu could do anything, the entire underground world suddenly rang with a loud alarm. At the same time, almost all the censors rushed out of the house. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared, "All captives, get ready for battle!" The quiet underground world suddenly exploded like ants in a frying pan. The captives were quickly released from the iron cages and handed over to their respective censors. Tens of thousands of captives were quickly brought under control and stood outside the cages. Under Su Yu's command, Fatty Luo led the other 2 outside. There were 3 beautiful and graceful female censors, each holding onto 2 female captives. Surprisingly, all the female captives under their control, except for 1, were divine warriors with single crowns. The female censor in the middle was controlling a male captive who was a divine warrior with double crowns. The member of the Dark Moon clan said in a low voice, "The one in the middle is Bayu, the eldest of the 3 sisters. She is the most powerful at the level of a divine warrior with single crowns. The one on the left is Ba Fong, and the one on the right is Ba Shui. They are both half a step to the divine warrior level. The 3 of them, together with the captives under their control, were a force to be reckoned with." Su Yu's eyes were fixed on the only female captive who was a peak overlord. She was dressed in a gray robe, and her head was bowed so deeply that her face could not be seen clearly. But for some reason, his heart throbbed inexplicably. "Who is she?" Su Yu stared at the woman. Could she be the Saint Lady? The member of the Dark Moon clan followed his gaze and immediately said, "She is Bayu's most trusted captive, Xan Wu. She is very powerful." "Oh, how powerful?" Su Yu asked thoughtfully. The member of the Dark Moon clan said, "I don't know the specifics, but Bayu has always been able to far surpass the other censors. Half of the credit goes to Xan Wu. It is said that her true abilities are probably above that of the Double Crown Emperor. Moreover, apart from the Double Crown Emperor. She is the only captive who was personally subdued by the White Emperor's puppet. I heard that she even injured the White Emperor's puppet, which made the people of the White Sun clan very angry. Injured the White Emperor's puppet? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Saint Lady of the Moon worshipping cult had the power to restrain the moon worshipping cult master. So she must have something to rely on. What was she relying on? It must be some unknown power. The possibility of this woman being the Saint Lady was extremely high. While staring deeply at the woman, Ba Yu's eyes were sharp as he said, "The Blood Clan is attacking. All captives, prepare for battle." She had a head of soft golden hair, a straight and slender figure, and a pair of dreamy blue eyes filled with coldness and depth. At this moment, she was shouting fiercely and valiantly. "All censors, lead the captives into the sky above the island to meet the enemy." She took the two powerful captives and left the underground space, appearing in the sky above the island. Su Yu and the others followed closely behind. The people of the Dark Moon clan looked relaxed as they said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, Master Yu." The Blood Clan launched a large-scale attack 3 years ago. According to history, it would take at least 7 years for them to gather again for a large-scale attack. This should be a small-scale sneak attack. Maybe we won't even need to fight to finish off the Blood Clan. Was that so? Su Yu's soul was far stronger than that of ordinary people. His gaze swept deep into the sky, and his expression changed slightly. In Fatty Luo's memory, 1,000 or less Blood Clan was considered a small disturbance. 10,000 or more was considered a medium-sized attack, and more than 100,000 was considered a large-scale attack. But Su Yu roughly sensed the number of Blood Clan, and there were 100,000 of them. Chirp, a sharp chirp suddenly resounded in the sky above the island. A blue bird soared into the sky, as if to remind them of something. It's a blue bird. A blue bird is an early warning of a large-scale attack. Is there a mistake? A large-scale attack by the Blood Clan just happened 3 years ago. The people of the Dark Moon clan were dumbfounded, their pupils constricting to the size of needles. Their voices trembled as they said, "Impossible, there must be a mistake. There must be a mistake." The White Sun clan raised 3 kinds of birds all year round, Bai, Hong, and Lan. They had an extremely strong ability to sense the Blood Clan. When there were less than 1,000 Blood Clan members, the white bird would tear through the sky and cry. When there were more than 10,000 Blood Clan members, the red bird would tear through the sky and cry. The blue bird was the quietest, and it rarely cried unless there were more than 100,000 Blood Clan members attacking. Right now, the blue bird was crying urgently. Hearing that cry, the captives, the censors, and the people of the White Sun clan who were looking up at the sky all fell into deep panic and disbelief. It had only been 3 years, and yet another large-scale attack? Chapter 1865. Whoosh! The old man with a goatee appeared in front of the crowd, staring at the blue bird. "Everyone, don't panic," the old man said in a low tone. "The other islands all have messenger birds. One blue bird flying does not mean anything." Even though the other islands no longer had any Daylight clan members, periodically the Daylight clan would head there to feed the messenger birds living on the islands. In the past, to determine if the Blood Clan was attacking, they had to rely on the reactions of several islands. 1 or 2 birds flying did not mean anything. It was as if they were responding to his words. Chirp! At that moment, on an island not far away, a blue figure flew into the sky, rapidly chirping. Not long after, the blue figure on another island also flew into the sky. Within the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, blue birds flew out one after another, chirping in the sky. The old man's expression finally changed, becoming extremely ugly. The Daylight clan members were also in a panic. Why? Why was this happening? After 3 years, the Blood Clan had once again gathered a large force to invade? This did not make sense. 3 years ago, they had killed more than half of the Blood Clan. How could they gather more than 100,000 Blood Clan members? But the Bluebirds' message was undeniable. They had changed their decision. The old man with a goatee shouted, "All Daylight Clan members, enter the underground world to seek refuge. The Daylight Clan warriors, prepare for battle. The inspectors will lead the captives in front, the warriors behind. F***CK. We are dead for sure this time. Sigh, we managed to avoid a calamity 3 years ago, but this time we are definitely going to die. I hate the Daylight Clan." The captives were the first to curse. This damned clan did not even treat them as living beings. In times of peace, they dug underground safe houses, and in times of danger, they were sent to face the enemy. Their anger was directed towards the Daylight Clan. Then, the sound of whips rang out, and screams of pain pierced the sky. The old man with a goatee had an indifferent expression. "Since you are captives, you should have the self-awareness of captives. Send them to the battlefield." Under the control of the inspectors, all the captives were sent to the front lines of the battlefield. After that, the Daylight Clan warriors were sent. The captives were used as a buffer zone to block the Blood Clan's attack. Only then would it be the Daylight Clan warriors' turn. Suyu's gaze turned cold. The Daylight Clan was decisive and ruthless. However, if the White Sun Clan wanted to use him as a sandbag in the buffer zone, they were really thinking too much. Under his orders, Fatty Luo led Suyu and the people of the Dark Moon Clan to the front line to welcome the incoming Blood Clan. At this moment, he could already see the indistinct bloodlines on the horizon with his naked eye. They were like the front waves of a tsunami, crashing over. Rumble! The White Sun Clan warrior swallowed his saliva, showing his nervousness and apprehension. 3 years. It had only been 3 years. The White Sun Clan was completely unprepared for this war. Boom, boom. The rumbling sound of thousands of soldiers marching in unison sounded like muffled thunder from afar. It was like a war drum pounding on people's hearts, torturing their wills bit by bit. He was close. At the very front, they could already see a group of Blood tribe members of various races that were more than 1,000 feet tall. They came in different shapes. Some looked like giant bulls, while others looked like mutated hounds. Their bodies were huge, and they were like a huge wall that rapidly pressed down. Behind them were innumerable vampires who were gradually shrinking in stature. Every single one of them was bursting with an astonishing, devouring intent. Here it comes. They were separated by 10,000 zhang. War was unavoidable. Charge! The old man with a goatee shouted, ordering all the captives to charge forward to counteract the powerful momentum of the other party. The inspectors released part of their seals and held onto the other end of the chains, retreating behind the White Sun Clan warriors. This scene caused the captives to be unable to restrain their anger. They had really forced them into a dead end. "Brothers, since we're going to die anyway, let's kill these White Sun Clan beasts." Among the captives, a captive who had been held captive for 20 years and had experienced 2 large-scale attacks by the Blood tribe roared and charged forward. But before he could make a move, the inspector who was restraining him lightly pinched his chains, causing the captive to explode into a bloody mist on the spot. The old man with a goatee said indifferently, "Retreat and die. If you advance, you might survive." His cold words frightened all the restless captives who were about to change sides at the last moment. The longer a living being lived, the more tenacious their will to live. They would not give up even if there was only a sliver of hope. The Blood tribe was indeed dangerous, but what if they were lucky enough to survive? The eyes of the old man with a goatee flashed, and he took the opportunity to shout, "I can promise that whoever makes a contribution this time will be exempted from the status of a slave and become one of us." The moment these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. But before the old man with a goatee could state the specific requirements, the Blood tribe was already within reach. For the sake of survival, for the sake of making a contribution, The captives' fighting spirit soared, and they roared as they charged forward. Kill! Tens of thousands of captives instantly charged forward. To them, the distance of tens of thousands of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom! Both sides collided. In an instant, large numbers of captives were crushed into minced meat. Not even their bones were left. The entire front line of the captives was pushed back by the Blood Tribe, but it did slow down the Blood Tribe's attack. When they retreated tens of thousands of meters, the Blood Tribe's attack had basically stopped. But the casualties of the captives were extremely tragic. More than 60% of them had died in the collision just now. Kill! The old man with a goatee took the lead, leading the White Sun clan warriors to attack. Rays of innate white light intertwined, as bright as day, instantly killing many Blood Tribe members, creating a large gap in the surging Blood Tribe. The fighting power of the White Sun clan was not weak. The white light, similar to the Black Moon divine light, was even more powerful, having the special ability to turn the enemy into nothingness. In an instant, the White Sun clan warriors and inspectors all joined the battle. Both sides engaged in a life and death battle in the sky above the island. As for the ordinary White Sun clan creatures, they all hid in the excavated underground space. There was a faint, extremely powerful aura guarding the entrance, most likely the two extremely powerful White Emperor puppets. The scene was chaotic as they fought head-on. From time to time, Blood Tribe members would be killed, or the captives would die, or the White Sun clan warriors would be eaten. But there was one place that was very special. Su Yu and the Dark Moon clan people stood there motionlessly, but the large number of Blood Tribe members charging over seemed to have discussed it beforehand, deliberately avoiding Su Yu. Not a single one dared to approach. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that the passing Blood Tribe members were especially afraid of the two of them, or rather, they were afraid of Su Yu. The Dark Moon clan people were shocked. At first, they were terrified, but they gradually got used to this strange scene. What happened? Why don't they dare attack us? The Dark Moon clan people were shocked. Su Yu had his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Of course, the Blood Tribe did not dare attack him. With his body of dragon blood, ferocious beasts like the Blood Tribe should be afraid of him. Unless there was a high-level attack from the Blood Tribe. His eyes calmly stared at one place. A slender woman and a middle-aged double-crowned emperor were bound by chains, killing the Blood Tribe members on the battlefield. He was staring at the woman. Her cultivation level was only that of a peak overlord, but she possessed a special, obscure power that could destroy a large number of Blood Tribe members with a wave of her hand. On the other hand, the double-crowned emperor next to her did not even have half the power of the woman. The power of faith. I found you, Saint Lady. Su Yu's eyes were slightly cold. That familiar obscure power was very similar to the power of faith in the divine pool of the moon worshipping cult's main altar. Her identity was self-evident. The Saint Lady of the Moon worshipping cult. The only existence that could restrain the moon worshipping cult leader. She was also the only existence that could see through Su Yu's identity. She must not be allowed to live, at least before he mobilized the power of the moon worshipping cult and found the Emperor Killer Sword. He could not allow anyone to interfere with him. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards her. All the Blood Tribe members along the way automatically made way for him. Even if they were fighting with the Day Sun clan and the captives, they automatically made way for him. The strange scene gradually attracted the attention of many people, including the old man with the goatee. What's wrong with that person? Why doesn't the Blood Tribe dare to attack him? Strange. What does he want to do if he doesn't kill the Blood Tribe? Under everyone's gaze, Su Yu walked to within 1,000 feet of the woman. The woman seemed to sense him and looked over. Under the gray robe, her face could not be seen clearly, but her slightly surprised gaze could be felt. "Let's fight together," the woman said in a hoarse voice and devoted herself to the battle. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I've been looking for you for a long time, Saint Lady of the Moon, worshipping cult. He did not have the slightest intention of making a move. You are. The woman trembled, and under the gray robe, there was a strong sense of excitement. The moon worshipping cult leader? Su Yu did not admit it, nor did he deny it. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he had not found the wrong person. It's fine as long as you are, Su Yu said indifferently as he pulled out the Azura sword. Although he wanted to kill the Saint Lady, he would not kill an innocent person without asking clearly. Since the other party there was nothing more to be said. However, just as he was about to strike, a shocking murderous aura rushed out from the back of the Blood Tribe army. The murderous aura was shocking, as if it had gathered countless murderous thoughts. Even Su Yu's heart trembled. The old man with the goatee's expression changed drastically. What a terrifying murderous aura! He had never encountered such a terrifying murderous aura in his life. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. The emperor-killing sword. Only such a sword with such a deep and vicious aura could release a murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. He turned the long sword and swept it in front of him. The heaven-cutting sword was swung out, and a huge sword energy that was 10,000 feet long cleared a 10,000 feet wide area in front of him. The shocking sword shocked the old man with the goatee and the many inspectors who were fighting. What's with that sword? Amazing swordsmanship. That sword is comparable to the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Su Yu's eyes were cold. He took a big step forward, dragging Fatty Luo behind him as he flew away. They sped through the empty area littered with corpses. As for the Saint Lady, she was left behind. What was his goal? It was the emperor-killing sword. Since the sword was right in front of him, it did not matter whether he killed the Saint Lady or not. Otherwise, he would be putting the cart before the horse. Quick, stop him! He brought the inspectors away. To be exact, he was dragging the inspectors away. Chapter 1866. The Boss sisters were the closest, and they could not help but yell, "Luo Huanqing, subdue her immediately!" However, as soon as they spoke, the chains in Ba Yu's hands also changed. The chains that should have been tightly binding the woman suddenly lost their restraining power. The gray-robed woman immediately broke free of the chains and ran toward the place where the murderous aura was coming from. She let out a long breath. Thank goodness, this moment has finally come. Ba Yu looked at the chains that had broken free from her palms in disbelief. An extremely obscure power was swirling in her palms. She did not know when this obscure power had invaded her palms. When she was about to suppress the gray-robed woman, this power suddenly took effect, giving the gray-robed woman a chance to escape. Get the White Emperor's puppets to attack. We can't let her escape. Ba Yu knew how powerful and useful this woman was. How could she let her go? The old man's expression changed, but he did not attract the White Emperor's puppets. Father, she's about to escape, Ba Yu said anxiously. The old man said, Now is not the time to care about a captive. The two White Emperor's puppets are the last line of defense to protect our people. We must not leave without permission. Otherwise, we may really face the danger of extinction. The White Emperor's puppets were protecting the entrance to the underground world. If one of them chased after the gray-robed woman, the Blood Clan would take the opportunity to invade the underground world. The consequences would be unimaginable. But Ba Yu was very reluctant. No buts. As long as she does not escape from this world, we can just catch her again. The old man with a goatee killed a huge Blood Clan member and shouted. Ba Yu could only watch the gray-robed woman escape, feeling helpless. Su Yu also noticed the Holy Maiden's movements, and his eyes narrowed. He was surprised that she could break free of the chains. However, she must have been waiting for the chaos of such a great battle. Otherwise, with the two White Emperor's puppets present, no matter how powerful she was, she would not be able to escape. She would be caught sooner or later. "Are you here for me, or for the emperor-killing sword?" the holy maiden asked coldly as she caught up with Suyu. Suyu's murderous aura was so real. She was not a fool, so how could she not feel it? "I came for the emperor-killing sword and for you, but there's a priority. Let's get the emperor-killing sword first," Suyu said calmly, not hiding his intentions. This was because the other party's intentions were very clear. It was also for the emperor-killer sword. Humph! The slaughter sword might not fall into your hands. The Saint Maiden snorted coldly and casually killed a large number of Blood Clan members. She then overtook Suyu and left first. Before she could feel proud of herself, Suyu, who was behind her, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he left the saint as far behind and appeared directly at the rear of the Blood Race army. A group of 4 gigantic Blood tribe members were carrying a pool of extremely thick blood water. A 3-foot-long sword forged from white bones was stabbed into the pool of blood. The surface of the sword was densely covered with meridians, and bright red blood was clearly flowing in them. As the blood flowed, the meridians contracted and contracted. In the center of the sword hilt, there was a crystal gem about 3 inches in diameter. A beating heart could be seen in the gem. An overwhelming murderous aura enveloped the area. Ordinary people would be infected by this murderous aura, even if they didn't prostrate themselves before it, turning them into monsters that only knew how to kill. Even Suyu felt an intense murderous intent emanating from his soul. He was obviously affected by it, but it was still within his control. This was because he had the soul of the Triple Crown Divine Warrior. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what kind of existence he would have become. Swish! The Saint Maiden also rushed over. She suddenly felt dizzy and was about to be affected, but then she recovered immediately. Her body released a huge amount of power of faith, expelling the invisible murderous aura from her body. Her eyes were filled with joy as she stared at the ferocious ancient sword. The murderous aura was shocking, exuding the domineering aura of the King of Swords. It was the legendary emperor-killing sword. It really was hidden in this secret realm. Without hesitation, the Saint Maiden immediately flashed over and was about to pull the emperor-killing sword out of the pool of blood. Suyu didn't make a move. Instead, he became slightly vigilant. It was rumored that the emperor-killing sword had its own intelligence. It would be strange if it could be so easily controlled. Sure enough, there was a sudden splash from the pool of blood. A white, jade-like palm stretched out from it and grasped the emperor-killing sword. To be precise, it was the meridians of the emperor-killing sword that were connected to the palm. Walala! The pool of blood separated, and a middle-aged man with smooth, jade-like skin stood up from within. There was no light in his eyes. He had a soul, but no consciousness. The jade-like body was exceptionally strong. It should be the body of the Double Crown Emperor. The Saint Maiden's face changed. The Dustless Moon Clan's great Deacon Qingtian. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He had always wondered why he hadn't seen a single corpse when so many people had died in the tunnel. Now it seemed that not all of them had died. At least the great Deacon of the Dustless Moon Clan was not dead. He was being controlled by the Emperor-killing sword. No one had ever been able to control the Emperor-killing sword. It was the only one that could control living beings. Under the control of the Emperor-killing sword, the great Deacon held the sword tightly and slashed at the Saint Maiden. Suddenly, a substantial blood-red sword energy swept across the area. In an instant, the Saint Maiden didn't even have the chance to resist. She was killed on the spot, and not even her soul was left. Her whole body turned into nothingness. Suyu was alarmed. The power of this blow was no weaker than a full-force blow from the Triple Crown Emperor. With his current abilities, he couldn't resist it unless he used the dragon-shaped necklace. Dongfang Xia had sealed the defense within it. But Suyu was very reluctant to waste this move. After taking a deep breath, Suyu did something extremely shocking. He didn't retreat. Instead, he suddenly turned sideways. but his side was flat, as thin as a piece of paper. What was even more shocking was that the piece of paper Su Yu was folded from the waist down to half the height of a person. Then the piece of paper continued to fold in half. Then it folded again. In a short moment, a living Su Yu was folded into the size of a speck of dust. Finally, when the blood-red sword energy struck, it turned into nothingness. Poof! The blood-red sword energy swept through the void without any resistance. In an instant, tens of thousands of Blood Clan members were killed by the sword. There were only 100,000 Blood Clan members, but half of them were killed by the Emperor-killing sword. The great Deacon Qingtian's body dimmed visibly, as if the essence of his body had been sucked out. Every time the Emperor-killing sword used a sword, it depended on the living beings it controlled. The price was the lives of the living beings. After killing 2 people with a single strike, the Emperor-killing sword whistled and took the great Deacon Qingtian away. Buzz! Not long after it left, a strange scene appeared. The place where the Saint Maiden had appeared was filled with black light, and the Saint Maiden's body reappeared from nothing. She was unscathed, as if the person who had just been killed was someone else. She looked back in Su Yu's direction and frowned slightly. Did he die so easily? I thought he was the Bai We sect master, but it seems he isn't. Then, with a flash of light, she chased after the Emperor-killing sword. She didn't know that a speck of dust had silently landed on her shoulder. It was Su Yu, who had turned into nothingness. That move just now was the new use of space that Su Yu had comprehended, space folding. He continued to fold the space around him, and finally folded it into nothingness. Unless the enemy's attack could even destroy nothingness, it could not hurt him at all. At this moment, he landed on the Saint Maiden's body and followed her to investigate. The power of the Emperor-killing sword was beyond imagination. Occupying the body of a double-crown emperor could release the terrible power of a triple-crown emperor. He truly didn't dare imagine just how tyrannical the power it released would be if it occupied the body of a 3-crown emperor. It was much more difficult to obtain this sword than he had imagined. It would not belong to whoever found it. Therefore, he did not make a move and followed the Saint Maiden. However, this Saint Maiden's divine technique was also beyond Su Yu's expectations. He was very sensitive to the soul, and he was very sure that the blow just now had killed the Saint Maiden, and that her body and soul had been destroyed. In the end, she had been strangely resurrected, and even her soul had been restored to its original state. It was really unexpected. It was not a reversal of time. Instead, it was somewhat similar to Su Yu's resurrection of the dead. As long as there was a trace of breath left in the world, it could be traced back to the source and resurrected the dead. He really did not know how this Saint Maiden had appeared. Su Yu finally understood where the Bai We sect master's fear of this woman came from. Even the destruction of her body and soul could not completely kill her. What else could kill her? Fortunately, he had not made a move just now. If he had, it would not have been easy to clean up. The Saint Maiden, whom he had thought could be easily killed, turned out to be so difficult to deal with. He restrained his breath and quietly followed the Saint Maiden. The Saint Maiden's use of the power of faith was extremely exquisite. During battle, she could use it as a divine technique, and when she flew, she could use it as a leap. Although the great Deacon Qingtian walked extremely fast, he did not leave the Saint Maiden behind. After flying for a full half a day, they finally reached the other side of this world. It was a world of blood-red light. Countless pools of blood were embedded in the ground. The blood was tumbling, and one after another, fresh Blood Clan members walked out of them. They were neatly lined up, and there were at least 10 million of them. Compared to the 100,000 Blood Clan members sent before, this was simply a drop in the ocean. The great Deacon Qingtian held the Emperor-killing sword in his hand and lay down in the largest pool of blood in the center, leaving only the Emperor-killing sword stuck in the blood pool. The Saint Maiden stopped in time, her eyes filled with shock. Where did so many Blood Clan members come from? Suyu, who was on her shoulder, was also extremely shocked. If there really were so many Blood Clan members, how could the mere Daesun clan resist until now? Suddenly, Suyu stared at the countless pools of blood and suddenly realized something. Dustless Moon Clan, you have really done a great deed. Suyu secretly snorted coldly. The Saint Maiden stared at so many Blood Clan members, then glanced at the Emperor-killing sword unwillingly and carefully retreated. When she had completely left that space, she frowned. Damn it! I finally found the Emperor-killing sword, but there is nothing I can do. There are 10 million Blood Clan members, and I can't get past them no matter what. What should I do? At that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Why don't we join forces and try? Chapter 1867. Her expression changed abruptly. Someone had appeared beside her without her noticing. And that voice, it's you. Come out. The Saint Lady bellowed. She did not move, but her eyes quickly swept around, looking for Suyu's position. However, she could not sense Suyu's aura, as if he did not exist. What if I don't come out? Suyu teased. The Saint Lady was even more shocked. The voice had clearly come from her right shoulder, but she could not sense his existence at all. Who are you? The Saint Lady felt incredulous. The Emperor-killing sword had not ended this person's life. Even if the Baiwes sect leader came in person, he could not be unscathed. Huh. Suyu chuckled and stopped teasing her. A speck of dust floated away from the Saint Lady's shoulder. In front of her incredulous eyes, the speck of dust folded again and again into a complete black-robed man. The Saint Lady immediately retreated 1,000 feet away, looking extremely vigilant. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at her calmly. Oh, you obviously have an immortal body, but you are still afraid of me? I'm guessing that there's a limit to the number of times you can use your immortal body? Just like resurrection, there was a natural limitation that it could only be used one day at a time. Otherwise, if she could resurrect infinitely, who in the world could subdue her? You don't have to worry about that. Why? Are you not going to kill me? The Saint Lady became more vigilant. Suyu said lightly, As I said, I am cooperating with you. Cooperation? The Saint Lady thought about it. After a while, she said seriously, It is indeed impossible for me to subdue the Emperor-killing sword alone. But can I do it if I cooperate with you? Suyu shook his head gently and stared at the depths of the bloody light. His eyes were solemn. That is not it. With my strength, unless I pay a huge price, it will be difficult to shake the Emperor-killing sword. Then, what is the meaning of your cooperation? It is just empty talk. The Saint Lady was a little disappointed. Suyu smiled mysteriously. If you and I are not enough, how about the Daesun clan? The 2 white emperor puppets in their hands are a rare fighting force. Them? The Saint Lady thought it was ridiculous. Your thoughts are bold and imaginative. Forgive me for being unable to agree with you. The Saintess shook her head and laughed. I'm sure you've seen what the White Sun race has done. They don't even treat us captives as living beings. We're just puppets. What right do we have to convince them to help us obtain the Emperor-killing sword? Not to mention, the Holy Maiden had lost all interest in cooperating with him. The White Sun clan is extremely afraid of the Blood Clan. If they really had the determination to fight against the Blood Clan, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Trying to borrow their strength is just wishful thinking. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled up into a confident smile, and he said leisurely, Nothing in this world is absolute. They're holed up on an island because they are still holding onto the hope that they can preserve the continuation of their race through forbearance. What if that hope is extinguished? This thought-provoking statement made the Saintess ponder. Why hadn't the Daesun clan annihilated the blood race, the mortal enemy that threatened their race, and fought them to the death? Firstly, the vampires' viciousness and brutality struck fear into their hearts. Secondly, they hadn't been forced into a truly desperate situation. Over the years, The Daesun clan had been like a frog being boiled in warm water. Their population had been reduced little by little until today. If they had had the courage to fight against the blood race from the very beginning, even if only a small portion of the Daesun clan remained, they would have been able to repopulate and grow stronger over time. It was precisely because they hadn't been forced to the point of burning their boats that they had gradually weakened. Now, they were holed up on an island, no longer having the courage to fight. But now, the blood race had exploded due to the unexpected actions of the Dustless Moon clan. Their numbers were more than 100 times greater than before. If they attacked, the Daesun clan would have no chance of survival. So, what would happen if they told the Daesun clan about this news? Would they still feel at ease? They would probably be in a state of confusion. The Saintess's eyes lit up. This method could indeed provoke the Daesun clan to attack the blood race. The idea is good, but what makes you think that the Daesun clan would cooperate with us instead of letting the two white emperor puppets subdue us and continue to enslave us? The Saintess shook her head lightly. Based on her understanding of the Daesun clan over the past year, they were definitely not good people. If they really went back, they would only be captured again. And would the Daesun clan, who had seen their true strength, be able to control them as easily as before? It would be extremely difficult for them to break free from the Daesun clan shackles. Haha, just because I can make the Daesun clan leave this world, they will definitely be willing to cooperate with me. The Saintess was shocked. You know of a way to leave this world? Of course. The Saintess stared at Suyu, her eyes filled with surprise. She had almost forgotten that the black-robed man in front of her was the only person who had come to this world during a non-full moon. Could it be that he really knew of a way? She was completely moved. If you are willing to bring me out, I can give you benefits you can't even imagine. As the Saintess of the Moon worshipping cult, she was indeed qualified to do so. What I want is the Emperor-killing sword. Can you give it to me? Suyu said with a faint smile. The Saintess's expression darkened. Except for that. Haha, so you don't have enough bargaining chips. Suyu smiled faintly. You should stay here and help me get the Emperor-killing sword. We can discuss how to distribute it in the future. Whether or not they could subdue the Emperor-killing sword was uncertain. It was still too early to discuss how to distribute it. All right, I don't want to give up until the last moment. The Saintess nodded. Shall we return to the Daesun clan now? Suyu said calmly, there is no hurry. Let them exhaust some of their people first. Only when they have tasted pain will they cherish this opportunity. The Saintess did not refute this. If they returned early and helped them repel the Blood Clan, not only would the Daesun clan not be grateful, they would even subdue them and bind them as captives. Only by making them lose more White Sun clan warriors would they be willing to cherish the chance to leave this world if they felt the urgency of the extinction of their race. Suyu's thoughts were exactly the same as the Saintess, and he had no sympathy for the Daesun clan. When they treated their captives like grass, they could not blame the captives for treating their lives as worthless. They stayed behind and carefully investigated the nearby information. They even recorded many images of this place. Half a day later, when the whole world began to darken, the killing that had lasted for an entire day gradually came to an end. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Blood Clan, but the corpses of the Daesun clan's warriors were also piled up like a mountain. Many captives had perished along with them, including the captive of the double-crowned emperor, who had also been killed by 3 extremely powerful Blood Clan warriors in this battle. The final victory belonged to the Daesun clan, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. The goateed elder's robe was covered in blood, and his eyes were still tired and dim. "How's the casualty report?" the goateed elder asked hoarsely. Behind him were his 2 daughters, Bayu and Bafong. His 3rd daughter, Bashui, had died. They had watched helplessly as a powerful Blood Clan rushed into their midst and snatched Ba Shui away. Then, all that was left was an unforgettable scream. Ba Yu was still alive, but she was not much better off. Half of her arm was gone. Moreover, unlike the rich divine energy of the outside world, which could be absorbed at any time to heal injuries, this world was abnormally dry, and the divine energy was extremely sparse. It was an extravagant hope for them to be like the divine kings of heaven and earth in the outside world. They could only rely on weak medicinal herbs to slowly heal themselves, not daring to waste any divine energy. Ba Feng was not much better off. Her sister had only lost an arm in order to help her block that attack, but she was still wounded in the abdomen and blood flowed continuously. Hearing this, Ba Yu held the latest wanted list in her hands, and her eyes were extremely gloomy. 60,000 warriors. Only 20,000 are left. The other 40,000 have all died in battle. Ba Yu said in a low voice, among the surviving 20,000 warriors, nearly half of them were seriously injured. To be precise, there were only 10,000 warriors who could continue fighting. Just 10,000. They and the 2 white emperor puppets were the last hope of the old, weak women and children. The goateed elder trembled. Only this much left? With their speed of reproduction, it was difficult to guarantee that they could cultivate another 40,000 warriors in the next 10 years. By then, there would be another large-scale attack by the Blood Clan. No, perhaps it would be 20 years later. The Blood Clan had organized 2 large-scale attacks every 3 years, so the casualties must be extremely heavy. 20 years was enough for them to recover part of their strength. How many healing spiritual items are there in the clan's storehouse? The goateed elder regained his hope and asked energetically. Ba Yu was not so optimistic. The healing resources that we have plundered from the storage rings of the captives over the years are almost used up. There are only enough to treat the wounds of 3,000 people. I'm afraid the injuries of the remaining 7,000 can only be slowly healed by their physiques. With the density of the divine energy here, how many people could really rely on their physiques to slowly recover? Many of the people would slowly die from their increasingly serious injuries. The goateed elder had a sorrowful look in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Give priority to the more powerful warriors." Priority was given based on the level of cultivation, not the severity of injuries. This meant that those who did not receive the medicine would die even faster. It's all the fault of those 2 captives. If they were here, the casualties would not have been so heavy. Ba Yu shifted the blame to Su Yu and the Saint Maiden. With the strength of those 2, they might have been able to reduce the casualties of many people. Right at that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the island, which was filled with a depressing atmosphere. "Oh, it was the Blood Clan who killed your warriors. I will not take the blame." A speck of dust appeared out of thin air. Who else could it be but Su Yu? Ba Yu was immediately enraged. His murderous aura was thick. "How dare you come back? I was worried about not having a place to find you. Father, quickly summon the white emperor puppet." With the shocking strength that Su Yu had displayed, only the white emperor puppet could completely subdue him. Chapter 1868. With the Bai sect master's lifelong collection, there were many healing resources. The old man with the goatee and Ba Yu were delighted. Ba Yu's eyes flashed as he sneered. "I don't know what Luo Yinyang is doing, but he didn't hand over your space storage device. But it's not too late now." "Huh." Su Yu laughed meaningfully. "You can take away my belongings, but can you take away the way out of this space?" Suddenly, the old man with the goatee and Ba Yu's expressions changed drastically. Leave this space? Had they thought about it for countless years? Of course they had, and they had even tried. Generation after generation of people had tried to leave this space, only to be met with disappointment again, and finally despair. They had interrogated all the people from the foreign civilizations who had accidentally entered this space, and the answer they had received was that they had been summoned during the full moon and had no idea how to return. Over time, they no longer had any hopes of leaving this place. Now, hearing a captive so confident that he had a way to leave, how could they not be excited? White Emperor puppet, capture him. The old man with the goatee immediately ordered. 2 terrifying auras shot out from the underground space. Suyu was shrouded in them, unafraid. He said calmly, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so reckless. What if I erase the memory of the way to leave? Wouldn't that destroy our last glimmer of hope?" Ba Yu could not bear to see a captive negotiating conditions. "Father, don't listen to him," he said coldly. "Capture him first, then determine the truth." But the old man with the goatee hesitated for a moment, then shouted, "Stop for now." Suddenly, the 2 puppets' auras disappeared. "Father," Ba Yu said, dissatisfied. "Shut up." The old man with the goatee's eyes were calm as he scolded. He turned to look at Suyu, his eyes calm and deep. "Since you dared to appear before us, I believe you must have something to rely on. That something to rely on is the way to leave, right? How can you convince us that the way to leave is real?" Suyu looked calm. "It's simple, because I am the only one from the foreign civilization who did not come during the full moon." Hearing this, the old man's pupils shrank. "You are not." The Dark Star civilization's full moon period was not strict, and there were many influences. Sometimes it would be half a month or a full moon, and sometimes it would be a month. The people there could not confirm whether the newcomer had come during the full moon. Hence, the old man with the goatee assumed that Suyu had fallen in during the full moon and did not interrogate him. Now that the other party had said it himself, he was naturally shocked. "What proof do you have? Who knows if you're lying to us?" Ba Yu didn't believe him. Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, "Proof? I don't need to prove anything to you. You have no choice but to believe me." Ba Yu sneered. The goateed old man's expression gradually darkened. "Outer realm living being, you are testing my patience. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're a little stronger." Without uttering a single word, Suyu casually threw out several pieces of jade that had recorded images on them. With a point of his hand, all of the jade pieces split open and released a large mass of light, projecting a clear image into the sky. There were tens of millions of blood tribe members gathered together, and countless blood pools of various sizes were still continuously producing blood tribe members. That number caused a goateed elder and Ba Yu to gasp, unable to believe their eyes. 100,000 bloodlings were enough to cause the White Sun clan to face the threat of extinction. 10 million, there was no suspense. Even if he had another White Emperor puppet, there would be no suspense at all. "That's why I said that you have no choice but to believe me," Suyu said calmly. The goateed old man and Ba Yu shuddered. The former pondered for a long time and said, "Do you really have a way to leave?" Suyu said calmly, "At least I can't think of a reason to lie to you in front of such a large blood clan. They were all going to die, so what was the point of lying to them?" The goateed elder said solemnly, "Then what do you want?" "Let me borrow 2 of the White Emperor's puppets to bring you out of this space," Suyu said, clasping his hands behind his back. "Impossible." The goateed elder and Moon Hegemin both refused. They were the protective talismans of the White Sun clan. How could they hand them over to outsiders? "Then just wait for your deaths," Suyu said calmly, then turned around and left. Ba Yu's face turned cold. "You're not allowed to leave. Stay here." She was about to attack, but before she could do so, she was stopped by the goateed elder. His eyes flashed as he looked at Suyu. "Let us think about it." Suyu sighed. "I don't understand what you have to think about." "Fine, you only have 3 days." As he spoke, he descended without a care in the world, leisurely sitting on a rooftop with a beautiful view. At the same time, there was a flash of light beside him, and the female captive who had escaped came to his side. The 2 of them did not care about the White Sun clan at all, swaggering around and enjoying themselves. Ba Yu clenched his teeth. wanting nothing more than to imprison them. They actually dared to stay? Did they not care about them at all? Let's go, gather the higher-ups of the White Sun clan for a discussion. The goateed elder's emotions were fluctuating. He looked at Su-yu and Moon-hee-jemin, then said, "Also, serve the two of them well. Do not neglect them. From now on, they are no longer captives, but honored guests of the White Sun clan." They arrived at the White Sun clan's secret conference room. The higher-ups of the clan had gathered together. The goateed elder announced the matter to the public. Knowing that there were still millions of Blood Clan members waiting to fight, everyone's expressions turned ugly. "Now, I want to hear everyone's opinion. Should we hand the White Emperor puppet over to those two, or—" The goateed elder said, but he realized that he had no other choice. What else could he do but trust them? Exterminate the clan? Then what are we waiting for? Capture him and torture him, a fierce White Sun tribesman said without hesitation. But the rest of the White Sun clan members were much calmer. At the moment of certain death, who would care about torture? Moreover, the other party could erase this memory with a thought and die with everyone. What could they do? They could only watch and wait for the Blood Clan's army to arrive. They had no other choice but to trust him. The meeting was silent. The goateed elder sighed. It was as Su-yu had said. What was there to consider? They did not even have a choice. Looks like everyone is in agreement. Then, hand the White Emperor puppet over to him in exchange for a chance for the White Sun clan to leave this dangerous world. On a sunny rooftop, Ba-yu widened her almond-shaped eyes and stared at Su-yu as if she wanted to eat him alive. She then shouted, "Say that again? When are you going to take us away?" Su-yu rubbed his ears, which were ringing from the yelling, and said calmly, "What's the rush? If I could leave this space so easily, why would I bother waiting here?" Banyue's chest heaved with anger, her fists clenching. On the other hand, the goateed elder's expression was calm. This was not unexpected. "Are you sure you can take us away in 9 days?" the goateed elder asked. Su-yu nodded seriously. "Yes, 9 days at the slowest, 5 days at the fastest." The goateed elder pondered for a long time, then nodded slightly. He took out a white stone, its shape similar to the divine White Sunstone. "This is the divine stone that controls the White Emperor puppet. Refine this item, and the White Emperor puppet will listen to you," the goateed elder said. The goateed elder said, "The other White Emperor puppet will be given to you after you take us away." Su-yu was the one who had profited, so he naturally had no objections. "Deal." Su-yu said. Banyue was indignant. "Also, you said you had healing resources. Give it to me." She acted as if it was a matter of course. She was clearly used to being a censor. Su-yu looked at her calmly. "You want it? Sure, beg me." "How dare you?" Banyue glared at him. Su-yu laughed coldly. "Remember your current status. You are the one asking me for help, not the other way around." He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for this kind of ignorant person. "You." Banyue was slightly angry. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, she asked, "How do you want me to beg for resources?" Oh, she was so cold to the captives, yet she was so loving to her people. Su-yu thought for a moment. "It's simple. Make a deal. Give me the rest of the captives, and I will take care of all the injuries of your people. Deal." Almost as soon as Su-yu said this, Banyue rushed to make a deal, as if she was afraid that Su-yu would go back on his word. There were not many captives left anyway, and they were all seriously injured, even more troublesome than the injuries of her people. They were going to die sooner or later. Handing them over to Su-yu would give her some benefits. Su-yu nodded. "Deal." Banyue was delighted. She rolled her eyes at Su-yu. "You be **starred, you're not bad." "Thank you for the compliment," Su-yu said calmly. Before long, the remaining 1,000 puppets were all standing in front of Su-yu. He glanced around and was surprised to find that the Dark Moon tribesmen who had first released them, was not dead. He was extremely lucky to have survived with his meager cultivation. Now, the group of captives was filled with resentment. They glared at the White Sun tribesmen, wishing they could bite them to death. Out of 10,000 captives, only these defeated soldiers were left. How could they not be resentful? When he noticed that Su-yu, a human, was sitting in the distinguished guest hall of the White Sun clan, with the famous gray-robed female captive on his left and the famous supervisor Hanyu on his right, he was startled. They looked at Su-yu with disdain. "Traitor, you've acknowledged a traitor as your father," Su-yu said disapprovingly. "If I were you, I would shut up and observe the situation." Banyue laughed coldly. "You captives, listen up. From today onwards, he is your master. From now on, you're no longer under the jurisdiction of the White Sun tribe." All of a sudden, the expressions of the captives changed. They were filled with shock and disbelief. The White Sun tribe had released them. No, they had handed them over to Su-yu, who was also an extraterrestrial creature. Su-yu looked at them calmly. "In other words, from now on, your life and death are in my hands." Chapter 1869. The puppets looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Those who had been full of disdain and had spoken rudely shut their mouths even more obediently. The situation seemed to be a little tricky. "If you don't, then listen to me." Su-yu glanced at them and calmly threw out a piece of jade, projecting a large number of images. Tens of millions of Blood Clan soldiers were ready to set off. They were aggressive and could arrive at any time. Seeing so many Blood Clan soldiers, the faces of all the captives changed dramatically. They were pale, terrified, and trembling. Where did so many Blood Clan soldiers come from? In the past, there were at most 100,000 of them, but now there are hundreds of times more. Deep despair reverberated in their hearts like a bell. They thought they were extremely lucky to have survived the large-scale attack of the Blood Clan. Who would have thought that they would still die? Among the tens of millions of Blood Clan soldiers, who could survive? As you can see, whether it's the Day-Sun clan or you will all die, Su-yu said with certainty. Unless you are willing to listen to me, not only will you survive, but you will also be able to leave this world and be free forever. As soon as he said that, the captives were in an uproar. Leave? How can we leave? The Day-Sun clan has spent so much effort and still failed to leave this place. How are you going to take us away? Human, are you deceiving us? One of the half-step monarch realm existences questioned. Su-yu sat steadily on the VIP seat and looked at them coldly. With your current status as captives, do I have any reason to deceive you? I can decide your life and death with a single thought. The captives were stunned. Now they were Su-yu's captives. Then can you guarantee? The half-emperor captive asked again. Su-yu cut him off expressionlessly. I can't guarantee that everyone will leave alive. I can only guarantee that I will take those who are alive with me. Of course, they had to be alive. Then what do you need us to do? The half-emperor asked. Are you going to fight against the tens of millions of Blood Clan soldiers? Su-yu shook his head lightly. Of course not. With the absolute difference in strength, letting you fight is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I need you to do something else. It was not to fight against the Blood Clan. All the captives heaved a sigh of relief. After a short pause, Su-yu glanced at their exhausted divine powers. With a wave of his hand, all kinds of resources for restoring divine powers were placed in front of him. Not only were the captives envious, but even Ba Yu's eyes lit up. If it weren't for the fact that his father was present, he might have rushed over to snatch it. Merits will be rewarded, mistakes will be punished. Su-yu said calmly, I don't need to punish those who are passive. I'll leave you in this space forever, and the Blood Clan will punish you. Those who are active and those who make contributions will receive resources to recover their divine power. This time the captives were completely excited. Showing kindness and authority was the way to rule. If there was only punishment, it would be like how the captives treated the White Sun clan, causing them to harbor resentment and betray them at the last minute. Only with kindness and kindness would they be willing to do things for him. Lord, please instruct us. Knowing that it wasn't anything difficult, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and some even volunteered. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at a member of the Dark Moon clan who was rubbing his palms and itching to try. However, his cultivation was too low, and he was pushed to the back by many who volunteered. He stood on his tiptoes and shouted, "Lord, it's me, I am. Don't press my face. Don't block me, I know you." Suyu waved his sleeves and pulled the person out from among the captives. The member of the Dark Moon clan was stunned, and then he bowed and said joyfully, "Senior, it is my honor that you still recognize me. What's your name?" Suyu asked calmly. The member of the Dark Moon clan replied immediately, "Senior, I am Wang Dahu." Dahu. Suyu sized up his skinny body, which really didn't match the name Dahu. "Well, Dahu, I now appoint you as the general manager of all the captives. You have full authority to distribute the volunteers and convey orders for me." Ba Yu frowned and said discontentedly, "Asking a low-level creature like him to do such an important thing. You might as well hire me." Some of the captives were also full of contempt and disdain. "Lord, I used to be a peak master in the Heavenly Palace, and I am very familiar with management. I believe you will be satisfied. I am also recommending myself. I used to be the manager of the 8th cavern under Palace Master Luochin of the Yunwu Divine Mountain, one of the 10 great influences. I believe no one can compare to me in terms of management." The latter was even more influential. He was actually from the Yunwu Divine Mountain, one of the 10 great influences. On the other hand, Wang Dahu's low cultivation did not seem to be of any use at all. Suyu sized him up with a faint smile. "What do you say?" He chose Wang Dahu because they were familiar with each other and he could be trusted. On the other hand, he didn't quite believe that Wang Dahu had survived by pure luck. When Suyu drew his sword, he brought him and Fatty Luo into the center of the Blood Clan. Fatty Luo died, but he was still alive. It was impossible to say that there was nothing special about him. Wang Dahu was doubted. He gritted his teeth and snorted. "What's so great about the Yunwu Divine Mountain? I am from the Holy Land." The term Holy Land existed in almost all of the 10 great influences. The moon-worshipping cult's main altar was also a holy land in the eyes of the moon-worshipping cult's disciples. However, there was only one person in the entire Dark Star civilization who could call itself a holy land without any prefixes: the Holy Moon Altar. The guardian of the Dark Star civilization, the mythical existence of the 4-star civilization, the King of Darkness. He lived in seclusion at the Holy Moon Altar, ignoring the affairs of the world. He would only appear when the Dark Star civilization was under attack. The place where he lived was called the Holy Moon Altar. The people of the Dark Moon clan had another name, the Holy Land. Humph! How dare you call yourself a member of the Holy Land? From what I know, a member of the Holy Land must at least be a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Stop playing tricks here. If you are a member of the Holy Land, I am still the King of Darkness. Wang Dahu clenched his fists angrily. I have no reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, take a look. He tore off his shirt, revealing a huge mark on his chest. The mark of an ordinary mountain surrounded by clouds and mist was quietly rising and falling as he breathed. Shreds of strange energy came from within the mountain, as if it was a real mountain. Ah, the Holy Moon Altar. It is the aura of the real Holy Moon Altar. The crowd exclaimed. That mark, that aura, the familiarity of the creatures of the Dark Star civilization from their bloodline. There was no doubt that he was a member of the Holy Land. Although Suyu had expected this, he was surprised by his identity. He was from the Holy Land. It was rumored that everyone in the Holy Land was personally selected by the King of Darkness, and he personally bestowed the mark. Wang Dahua, a small member of the Dark Moon clan with the cultivation of a bronze overlord, was actually a member of the Holy Land. It was really unexpected. Su Yu's eyes gleamed. How could a member of the Holy Land be transported here? There was something strange about it, but now was not the time to ask. He looked around at the crowd. Do you have any objections? The way the captives looked at Wang Dahu was no longer the same. There was a hint of respect in their eyes, even more so than Su Yu's. If there are no objections, then do as I say, Su Yu said lightly. Please instruct us, my lord. Su Yu glanced at the resources on the ground. Dahu, distribute these to everyone first to temporarily replenish some of your divine power. The subsequent resources will depend on whether you are willing to work hard. Their resources had long been plundered by the Daesun clan. How could there be any left? The spirit herbs that they had disdained in the past were now treasures in their eyes. One could imagine how excited they were when they distributed the resources. Ba Yu was equally excited. Her eyes were red, as if she was distributing her things. Her heart was bleeding. After distributing the resources, Su Yu waited for them to rest and recover some of their divine power. Then he said, What I want you to do is very simple. First, find out the latest movements of the Blood Clan and pay close attention to their every move. Inform Wang Dahu of any information, and he will inform me. Second, I want you to scatter across the various islands and look for some kind of stone door. If you find a stone door, inform me immediately. The stone door that Su Yu had come from, he had gone back to look for it. It had mysteriously disappeared, as if it had never been there. He did not feel anything else. If the stone door had always existed, there was no reason that the Daesun clan would not have discovered it after so many years. The stone door should have only appeared for the moment when it was opened and then disappeared again. Sending some of the captives to look for the stone door was to keep track of the situation of the Dustless Moon clan. That's all. The captives were surprised. These requirements were too simple. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Of course not. You also need to spread the news and let every creature of the Daesun clan know that the Emperor Killing Sword is in the Blood Clan army. Ba Yu's eyes flashed. What's so difficult about that? Let me do it. Gather all the people and tell them, as long as you are willing to give me all these resources. Her eyes were shining as she stared greedily at Wang Dahu as he put away the remaining bottles of resources. Su Yu stared at her calmly. You can't tell them so clearly. What I want is to spread the news and let everyone know the inside story in different ways. Although they did not understand Su Yu's intentions, they certainly liked a simple task. More than 1,000 captives dispersed in an uproar. Some of them monitored the movements of the Blood Clan army. Some of them searched for the so-called stone door. Others were responsible for spreading the news of the Emperor Killing Sword on the island. Su Yu seemed to be enjoying the preferential treatment of the Daesun clan. In fact, every nerve in his body was stretched taut. 2 days had passed. Wang Dahu, who thought he had gotten an easy job, was so tired that he was panting. He did not even have time to rest. This was because there were messages from different captives almost every moment, and most of them were related to the Blood Clan. The number of the Blood Clan has increased by 5 million in 2 days. The number of blood pools has increased by 30%. The Emperor Killing Sword is not moving at all. A series of reports came flying in like pieces of paper. The Blood Clan was growing stronger at a rapid pace. Chapter 1870. Su, can you really leave this world in a few more days? Ba Yu could not remain calm. Su Yu nodded calmly. Yes. Can you think of a way to bring it forward? Otherwise, if the Blood Clan continues to grow, we will be in even more danger. Su Yu did not care. Are the Blood Clan not in danger now? 10 million can wipe us out, and 15 million can still wipe us out. What's the difference? What we should be concerned about now is not the Blood Clan's outbreak, but when they will attack. Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light. Continuing to gather troops was not an aimless attack. Their actions seemed to be controlled by the Emperor-killing sword. But what did the Emperor-killing sword want? If it really wanted to wipe them out, it did not need to continue gathering troops. It could simply command 1,000,000 Blood Clan members to wipe out the Whitsun clan. It did not seem like it was targeting the Daesun clan or Su Yu and the others. Instead, it seemed like it was dealing with another extremely powerful threat. But who could it be? Could it be Master Bao Kuan, who was about to come here? It did not seem like it. If that was the case, there would be no need for so many powerful troops. Master Bao Kuan was powerful as a 3-crown emperor, but he was no match for the millions of Blood Clan members. Who was the threat posed by the Emperor-killing sword? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Wang Dahu suddenly sent a message. One of the captives on an abandoned island sensed a spatial fluctuation, as if something was about to appear. Su Yu's expression changed slightly. The old man with a goatee, Bayu and Ba Shui were all stunned. Space fluctuation? The space here was extremely stable. How could there be a space fluctuation? Su Yu had already disappeared from his original spot. The old man with a goatee said, "Quick, let's follow him." The 3 of them followed him. The holy maiden was left pondering, staring at the place where Su Yu had fought, lost in thought. The next moment, Su Yu appeared on an island that had been ruined for hundreds of years. This used to be one of the important settlements of the Whitsun clan, but it had been destroyed in an attack by the Blood Clan. All that was left were endless ruins, a testament to its former glory. Without needing to contact the captive, Su Yu, who was extremely sensitive to space energy, quickly sensed the space fluctuation and teleported over. "Greetings, Lord," the captive said excitedly. Su Yu nodded and looked over. Indeed, there were traces of space energy gathering on a book, condensing into a tiny vortex. The vortex was slowly enlarging and expanding. Su Yu used his transparent eye to examine one of them. Sure enough, he found the stone door that he had come out from. It was him. It seemed that the door did not have a fixed location and appeared at random. This should be the 6th door. The Dustless Moon sect was about to completely break through that vortex. In less than 2 days, he should be able to completely penetrate it, which was faster than expected. It seemed like Master Bao Kuan had personally made a move. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 5 days to get through. Su Yu's eyes flickered. "Get ready." The goateed elder and the tyrant sisters, who had followed him here, looked puzzled. "Prepared for what?" Moon Domineering asked in surprise. "Is this spatial fluctuation related to the method of leaving?" Su Yu nodded lightly. "Yes, but right now, we should be more concerned about the blood breeds. I think they might be preparing to attack." Almost as soon as Su Yu's voice faded away, Wang Dahu sent an urgent message. "Senior, this is bad. The latest news from the surveillance team says that all the blood pools of the blood tribe are shrinking rapidly. The Clear Sky Great Deacon, who is holding the Emperor Killer Sword, has appeared and is sitting cross-legged. The Blood Tribe army has become irritable and restless, and they might attack at any time." Hearing that, the goateed elder's expression changed drastically. The tyrant sisters' faces also turned pale. It was finally here. They all looked at Su Yu and wondered, how did he manage to predict the future? Of course, Su Yu would not tell them the true origin of the Blood Tribe. This world was only so big, so where did the endless Blood Tribe come from? It probably had something to do with the 6 vortexes. The vortexes strangled the people who entered them, and their flesh and blood were absorbed into this world. In the blood pools, they were reformed into bloodthirsty creatures that devoured the Daesun clan. In order to open the vortexes, the Dustless Moon sect forced tens of millions of creatures to fill the 6 vortexes. Their flesh and blood were all transported here, which was why there were tens of millions of Blood Tribe members. Continue to monitor this place. When the stone door appears, inform me immediately. Su Yu instructed and immediately returned to the Day-Sun clan's island. He walked around the island casually, listening in on the conversations of the people around him. Have you heard? It turns out that the thing called the Emperor-Killing Sword is controlling the Blood Tribe. It's really despicable. Hey, you heard this rumor too? Yes, I heard it from a soldier. Oh, I heard it from a few captives. Furtive conversations. What a coincidence. You guys know about it too. Wherever Su Yu walked, he more or less heard about the Emperor-Killing Sword. Now it was known by everyone. After understanding everything, Su Yu returned to the roof and sat down beside the Saint Lady. How is it? The Saint Lady asked. Su Yu said lightly, Everything is ready, except for the final push. His eyes were calm, as if everything was under his control. The Saint Lady stared at him and fell into deep thought. Time passed slowly. The people were getting more and more anxious. Everyone knew that the 15 million Blood Tribe army was ready to go, and they would sweep the whole world like a flood at any time, wiping out all the creatures. Even if the captives were not rewarded, they were still very serious about gathering information. This was especially true regarding the Blood Clan. Almost every hour, the latest information would arrive. Wang Dahu was exhausted beyond words. He gritted his teeth and continued to deliver the information to Su Yu in an orderly manner. At this moment, everyone's hopes were on Su Yu. He was the only one who could lead everyone out of this world and escape from this place. But Su Yu did nothing. He was just leisurely enjoying the last moments of his life. Even the goateed elder could no longer sit still. It's already been 4 days. Has the passage to leave still not been opened? Su Yu did not speak. At this moment, dozens of messages were sent to Wang Dahu at the same time. His face was as pale as a sheet, and he trembled as he reported a despairing piece of news. Elder, the great Deacon Qingtian stood up with the Emperor-Killing Sword in his hand. He has ordered the Blood Tribe to advance. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and his gaze became deep and profound. After sitting in meditation for 3 days, he finally stood up slowly. Pass on the order. For the first time, he issued an order to everyone. Other than the captives who are monitoring the Blood Tribe, everyone else is to head to the Maple Forest Island. The Maple Forest Island was the island where the space ripples had appeared. The goateed elder's expression changed. No, this Whitestone City has all sorts of restrictions left behind by our ancestors. We can still resist by relying on this city. If we reach the deserted island, we will lose our final barrier. Su Yu stared at him coldly. In front of millions of Blood Tribe members, that pitiful restriction is as good as nothing. Listen to my orders. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. The goateed elder froze, then clenched his teeth. Everyone from the White Sun clan, listen to his orders from now on. All of you are to leave the island. Take as much as you can. However, at that moment, Su Yu said, Wait. No one is to take anything from the island. Other than the clothes on your body, put down all your belongings. What? Where are the resources? Put them down. The treasures passed down by our ancestors. Put them down too. The goateed elder stared at the center of the island. Everything else can be put down, but the white sunstone left behind by our ancestors cannot be taken away. We cannot let the Blood Tribe taint that stone. Su, you looked at him indifferently. Do you want to live or die? Do not question my orders. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The cold warning made the goateed elder tremble with anger. He could not understand why he could not take anything away. What was Su Yu thinking? But since they had come to this, what other choice did they have? They could only trust Su Yu to the end. He stared at Su Yu deeply. Fine. I will risk the crime of disobeying our ancestors and listen to your orders. But if we cannot survive this ordeal, the one who will kill you will not be the Blood Tribe, but me. They had given everything to believe in Su Yu. But if he did not get the answer he wanted, then he would kill Suyu at all costs to avenge the deaths of his clansmen. Whatever, Suyu calmly said. The goateed elder no longer hesitated. All clansmen, put down everything you have and evacuate to the Maple Forest Island. There must be no hesitation. The people of the White Sun clan might not completely obey Suyu's words, but they were respectful to their leader. Even the storage devices on their bodies were reluctantly put down. Apart from the clothes they had brought with them, they did not take anything from the island. Following that, they left the final fortress one after another, heading for the defenseless Maple Forest Island. On the island, the sturdy underground world that they had excavated for hundreds of years was also completely abandoned. Ba Yu stood in the sky, watching the scene with a sad expression. Generations of planning had been abandoned in the end. Was it wise and correct for them to choose to believe in Suyu? While they were retreating, the Blood Tribe was charging forward at an unprecedented speed. Their goal was clear, heading straight for the island. Half a day later, a boundless line of blood spread across the horizon, crashing down with a force that could shake the heavens and the earth. The empty White Sun City was like a speck of dust in the face of this terrifying wave, about to be destroyed at any moment. Standing on the Maple Forest Island, the White Sun clan and all the retreating captives watched the scene of despair with nervous expressions. Such a massive blood tribe was not something they could contend with. If they really tried to resist, only death awaited them. Rumble! Everyone's ears were shaken by the movement of the blood tribe. It seemed to be stomping on their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Could they really survive? Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They could not see any possibility of hope. The blood tribe had no intention of stopping, and they were closing in on White Sun City in an instant. Chapter 1871. Seeing the Blood Clan approaching, everyone could not help but retreat. It's over. It's really over. Some people had already closed their eyes, not daring to watch. Their minds were filled with the horrifying image of the ferocious Blood Clan devouring them. Many old and weak women and children could not help but weep. The goateed elder and the boss sisters still saw the hope of leaving Suyu. Their eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. They had trusted the wrong person. But slowly, the goateed elder discovered that something was wrong. Endless Blood Clan members were surging toward the island where Daysun City was. Compared to them, the island was as small as a speck of dust, inconspicuous. However, it was that small island that was able to hold off the 15 million terrifying Blood Clan members. Yes, that's right. The Blood Clan had stopped. The old man with the goatee could not believe his eyes, and the tyrant sisters also revealed looks of shock and bewilderment. Gradually, many Daysun people also noticed the abnormality and were extremely surprised. What's going on? Why did the Blood Clan stop? Is there something special about Maple Forest Island that prevents them from seeing us? That shouldn't be the case. If Maple Forest Island really had such a special concealment ability, how could the people on this island be discovered and devoured by the Blood Clan? Did the Blood Clan discover us? But why didn't they attack us? The goateed elder looked at the calm Suyu in shock. Suyu's face was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of abnormality. It was as if he had already predicted everything. What do you know? The goateed elder asked. Suyu shook his head. I've only been here for a few days. What can I know? I'm just guessing something. Guessing? The goateed elder felt incredulous and asked nervously, Can you tell me the truth? I don't know the truth. I only know that 100,000 Blood Clan members could completely annihilate the Daysun people. Why send 15 million soldiers? Suyu said slowly, Perhaps the real target of the Blood Clan was never you Daysun people, but something else. It seemed that Suyu's guess was completely accurate. The tens of millions of Blood Clan members had long discovered the Daysun people on Maple Forest Island. However, they turned a blind eye to it. Instead, they gradually formed an encirclement surrounding the entire White Sun City. Seeing this scene, the goateed old man was completely convinced. He said in shock, "They want the last island of the White Sun clan? How could that be? What's on the island that's worth them paying such a price for?" Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light. The answer will be revealed soon. What? La. Countless vampires surged into the city like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. The underground space that took several generations to create was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. All the beautiful buildings were reduced to ashes. All the blood tides surrounded the central square of the island from all directions. That was the holy land of the White Sun clan, where the White Sun divine stone, left behind by the ancestors of the White Sun clan, was enshrined. For millions of years, the White Sun god stone had remained motionless, accepting the worship of its people. They prayed to them, hoping to be protected by their ancestors. However, this illusory wish was not heard by the ancestors, so the White Sun clan gradually declined until it was on the verge of extinction. The god's rock that was being worshipped by the others remained unchanged. Until the blood tide was within 1,000 feet of them, a shocking scene appeared. The White Sun divine stone moved on its own. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the White Sun divine stone, like a blazing sun close at hand. The world, which was already bright and dazzling, was now so bright that ordinary people could not open their eyes. They all closed their eyes in pain. Even a peak overlord could not withstand such an extreme white light, closing their eyes in pain. Only a few people could endure it and see the truth of the island through the white light. The goateed old man was one of them, and Su Yu was another. The ancestors have shown themselves. The goateed old man's eyes were filled with a layer of green light. He could clearly see the White Sun divine stone fly up on its own, circling in midair. The powerful white light that it continuously released had a destructive power. All the vampires who had invaded the island were instantly burned by the white light, leaving nothing behind. The island was suddenly emptied. No less than 80,000 vampires were killed in an instant. The goateed old man, the boss sisters, and the White Sun clansmen were horrified. A casual strike had wiped out 80,000 vampires? Was the White Sun divine stone that powerful? But why had it not shown itself to protect the White Sun clansmen? As one wave of vampires was destroyed, another wave of vampires surged in like a tide, rolling toward the White Sun divine stone. But just as it neared 1,000 feet, the White Sun divine stone once again burst forth with a terrifying white light, destroying the entire island of vampires. Not a single one was spared, but there were so many vampires. A mere 80,000 vampires were like a drop of water. Every time a drop was evaporated, countless vampires would surge forward. Hence, under the dazed gazes of the White Sun clansmen, the White Sun divine stone emitted wave after wave of white light, destroying all the vampires. Both sides seemed to have fallen into an endless cycle. The entire process lasted for an entire day. When night fell, out of the 15 million vampires, only 5 million were left. The rest of the vampires were all purified by the terrifying white light of the White Sun divine stone. The goateed old man was already numb, his eyes filled with absent-mindedness and deep thought. At that moment, he was certain of Su Yu's words. Those vampires had really come for the White Sun divine stone. For many years, the vampires had launched attacks of all sizes to find the White Sun divine stone. They had also conveniently devoured the White Sun clan. It could be said that it was the existence of the White Sun divine stone that caused the gradual decline of the White Sun clan. He finally understood why his ancestor had left behind his last words, telling them to give the White Sun divine stone to the extraterrestrial beings. It was because his ancestor had known from the start that this divine stone would bring endless disasters to the White Sun clan. What was laughable was that in order to deal with the disasters, Not only did the White Sun clan not increase the number of divine stones, but they imprisoned all the extraterrestrial beings that came here to deal with the disasters. In the end, the disaster of the vampires became more and more severe, to the point where the clan was on the verge of extinction. They had been taught a lesson in blood for going against their ancestors' last words. I see. The goateed old man sighed softly. He had been wrong from the start. If he had given the White Sun divine stone to the extraterrestrial beings, thinking of this, he felt some remorse in his heart, but he still comforted himself with a sliver of hope. So what if he gave it to the extraterrestrial beings? He could not leave this place with the divine stone, and the vampires would eventually invade. What was the difference? Thinking of this, he no longer felt guilty as he stared at the White Sun divine stone. I did not expect the item left behind by our ancestor to be able to restrain the vampires. It looks like our crisis can be resolved. The goateed old man stroked his beard. Suyu stared at the White Sun divine stone, lightly shaking his head. I'm afraid it will not be as you wish. He was not as optimistic as the goateed old man. Although the number of vampires had been greatly reduced, the interval between the blinding white light released by the White Sun divine stone was getting longer and longer. Initially, it could release the blinding white light once when the vampires were within 1,000 feet. Now, it could only release the light once when the vampires were within 300 feet. It was obvious that the White Sun divine stone was gradually becoming weaker. As expected, the next morning, the White Sun divine stone could only release the destructive white light once when the vampires were within 100 feet of it. Moreover, the power of the white light was much weaker, no longer able to sweep across the entire island. It could only sweep across half of the island. The goateed old man's expression sank. There were only 2 million vampires left. But the speed at which the White Sun divine stone was destroying the enemy was greatly reduced. A few hours later, when there were only 1 million vampires left, the tide of blood had already surged within 10 feet of the White Sun divine stone. Finally, one of the vampires pounced onto the divine stone. Although it was immediately swept into nothingness by the white light of the godstone, it left a shallow crack on the godstone. Although it was slight, it indicated that the divine stone had reached its limit. The goateed old man's expression changed drastically. The Boss sisters also noticed that something was wrong and their mood plummeted. With only 1 million vampires left, the divine stone might not be able to last until the very last moment. Father, what should we do? The divine stone can't hold on much longer. Ba Yu said anxiously. Apart from worrying about the destruction of their ancestors' relic, she was more worried about how the vampires would deal with them after obtaining the divine stone. They ignored them for now, focusing on dealing with the divine stone. But what if the divine stone was destroyed? There was a high chance that the vampires would devour them. The goateed old man turned his gaze to Suyu. You must have other plans for borrowing one of our white emperor puppets. Please do not hide anything from us now. At this moment, the goateed old man had an indescribable fear and vigilance towards this seemingly young human. The other party's wisdom made him feel a sense of oppression, as if he were facing a colossus. It was as if everything was under the other party's control. Therefore, he could not help but ask Suyu for instructions. Suyu gazed at the island and said, "Just a little bit more." No one understood what he meant by just a little bit more. Was it because he was still a little bit away from making a move? Or was it something else? Another 2 hours passed. The number of vampires had dropped to 500,000, but the surface of the divine stone of White Sun was already covered with dense, fine cracks. The range of the blinding white light it emitted was extremely limited, less than 1/10 of what it used to be. The divine stone had reached its limit and could no longer withstand the onslaught of the remaining 500,000 vampires. But at this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he said, "We're here." As he spoke, he strangely took a step back and retreated into the crowd of captives. At first glance, He was no different from the rest of the captives. If no one pointed him out, no one would believe that he was the commander-in-chief of all the living beings present. Creak! Suddenly, on the other side of the island, in the area where the space ripples had appeared in the past, a shocking space ripple erupted. An enormous stone door appeared from within the ripple. Chapter 1872. Ah, dodge! There are still traps. Ah, damn it, I was too careless. But the warning was too late. A large number of dustless Moon Clan disciples were killed by the poisonous black wind when the stone door opened. After a moment of silence, powerful fluctuations of living beings appeared once again. The goateed elder and the others immediately noticed their appearance. Similarly, they also noticed the existence of the goateed elder and the others. There are living beings in this world. Black Lotus Demon Lord's voice sounded from the other side of the island. Then the imposing auras of 7 or 8 double-crowned sovereigns arrived together. They stood in the sky and looked down at the dumbfounded White Sun clansmen and the many shocked captives. Dustless Moon Clan. The captives saw the clothes of the newcomers and immediately recognized their identities. They were completely shocked. How did they get here? Were they also shown by the divine light of the full moon? No. How could they all be from the Dustless Moon Clan? According to past experience, those who were transported here should be distributed all over the Dark Star civilization. Black Lotus Demon Lord glanced at the people on the ground. Except for the goateed elder, he did not care about the strength of the others. His attention was attracted by the battle between the blood race and the Godstone. His pupils suddenly shrank. What is that? And that stone, it's so powerful. The goateed elder's eyes darkened. Who are you? He secretly guessed their origins. Black Lotus Demon Lord was completely attracted by the blood race. Hearing that, he stared back at him. Are you the original residents of this place? What are those red creatures? Why are they here? Speak. The goateed elder glanced at the other 6 double-crowned sovereigns with extreme fear. He did not dare to refute too forcefully. Those are the blood race that specializes in eating humans. Black Lotus Demon Lord frowned. What kind of nonsense was that? Seeing that the blood race did not intend to attack this place, he said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, before we came, did a living being come here?" The Dustless Moon Clan hated the living being who had passed through the 6th whirlpool and arrived first. This person was extremely hateful. He clearly had the ability to return to the restriction mechanism, but deliberately kept it. As a result, they spent a lot of time and lives to finally open up the tunnel. What was even more sinister was that the other party had purposely closed the stone door, causing many of the careless, dustless Moon sect members to die. Among them, there was no lack of precious existences at the emperor level of the heaven and earth. The old man with the goatee was surprised. Could he be referring to Suyu? Before them, only Suyu had come here. The Overlord Moon Sisters, the White Sun clansmen, and the captives all fell into deep thought. However, no one betrayed him. It was because of him that they were able to leave Daysun City and survive until now. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the vampires' first wave of attack. The goateed elder cupped his fists. This place is very big, but we don't know who you are talking about. Black Lotus Demon Lord frowned, but he did not find it strange. He had explored the place just now, and it was indeed huge. It was not surprising that the other party did not know about it. Moreover, what was their purpose in opening the tunnel? They were not here to kill Suyu, but to find the rumored emperor-killing sword. Humph. Then let me ask you another question. If you still don't know, don't blame us for being impolite. The goateed elder said, "Please speak." It was not a big deal to just ask questions. Let me ask you, has there ever been a sword with an extremely strong, murderous aura here? The goateed elder had yet to speak, but the White Sun clansmen were already discussing. He can't be talking about the emperor-killing sword, right? I heard that the sword's murderous aura is very strong. Most likely, but should we say it? Black Lotus Demon Lord was a double crown emperor. He could hear even the slightest movement, not to mention that there was more than one person discussing it. His face was filled with excitement. He grabbed a White Sun clansman who was in the middle of a discussion and asked, "What did you just say?" "Emperor Killing Sword." "How do you know its name?" The White Sun clansman said fearfully, I only heard about it." "Where is it?" "I heard that it is under the protection of the vampires." Black Lotus Demon Lord threw him aside and grabbed another White Sun clansman. He got the same answer. The skeptical Black Lotus Demon Lord caught a few more people and searched their souls. Sure enough, he found accurate information about the Emperor Killing Sword. He was extremely excited. He left the White Sun clansman behind, too lazy to waste any more energy looking for Suyu. He led the other great deacons to the stone door. He crushed a jade pendant and sent out a string of information. On the other side of the stone door was Master Bao Kuan. For safety's sake, he let his disciples scout out the situation first to prevent any accidents. Master Bao Kuan could not help but be excited when he heard that the Emperor Killing Sword was in this space. It really is in this secret realm. Without hesitation, Master Bao Kuan took a step forward and appeared in this world. The powerful aura of the Triple Crown Emperor instantly enveloped the entire island. The White Sun clansmen and captives were caught off guard. They were immediately shocked by the powerful aura. The weaker ones fell to the ground, while the stronger ones stiffened. Even a strong man like the goateed elder felt fear from the bottom of his heart. The Triple Crown Emperor. On the other side, the Black Lotus Demon Lord and the others bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Master." Master Bao Kuan looked like an immortal. When he looked at the sky full of Blood Clan members, his pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, "You said that the Emperor Killing Sword is hidden among the Blood Clan." "Yes, I have searched the souls of the local natives. More than one person knows that the Emperor Killing Sword is among the Blood Clan." Master Bao Kuan narrowed his eyes. He believed in his third disciple's ability, since he was so sure it was most likely true. "Please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." Master Bao Kuan shook his sleeves and flew across the sky, disappearing on the spot. Not long after, something strange happened. In the center of the remaining 500,000 Blood Clan members, a shocking Killing Sword energy exploded, destroying everything in all directions. Accompanied by an excited and shocked roar, Master Bao Kuan and a naked man holding a long sword rushed out of the Blood Clan and fought in the sky. One was a genuine Triple Crown Emperor, while the other had the Emperor Killing Sword that could destroy the world with a casual strike. The collision between the two was so intense that the 500,000 Blood Clan members were shaken. The aftershock of the battle killed tens of thousands of Blood Clan members. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The situation was extremely intense. The Emperor Killing Sword, which was hiding among the Blood Clan and waiting for the God Stone to be slowly consumed, did not expect a powerful Triple Crown Emperor to appear out of nowhere. Under its control, the Blood Clan members who were attacking the God Stone gave up their target and turned to attack Master Bao Kuan. Master Bao Kuan was excited and shouted, "Black Lotus, lead the people to stop the Blood Clan, and buy me some time." Seeing that his master was evenly matched with the Emperor Killing Sword, Black Lotus Demon Lord was not willing to let the Blood Clan stop his master. "All disciples who are preparing for battle, come to this secret realm." Black Lotus Demon Lord crushed a jade seal and sent a message. He and the other 6 deacons joined forces and went near Master Bao Kuan to attack the attacking Blood Clan members. At the same time, a large number of Dustless Moon sect experts surged through the stone door. Among them, there were 50 to 60 Sovereign Realm experts and more than 10,000 peak overlords. Their overall strength was naturally far inferior to the 500,000 Blood Clan members. But with the help of the 7 Double Crown Emperors, they could still stop them. In an instant, the two sides fell into a chaotic battle. Su Yu watched from afar, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Seeing this, the silent Saint Maiden stared at Su Yu. "You have long planned to use the power of the Dustless Moon Sect to deal with the Emperor-killing sword?" Thinking of how Black Lotus Demon Lord had searched the souls of several Daylight clan members to find news of the Emperor-killing sword, the Saint Maiden's heart shrank involuntarily. Su Yu had once given an incomprehensible order: spread the news that the Emperor-killing sword was hidden among the Blood Clan. Until a moment ago, no one could have understood Su Yu's intentions. But now it was all too clear. It turned out that he had long predicted the arrival of the Dustless Moon Sect and knew that they were after the Emperor-killing sword. In order to use them, he had deliberately spread the news of the Emperor-killing sword. If this news had really been deliberately spread by Bayou's people, would Black Lotus Demon Lord have been so easily used? He would have immediately sensed that the people in the secret realm wanted to use them. Only by obtaining news of the Emperor-killing sword through various channels could the Dustless Moon Sect not be suspicious and immediately attack the Emperor-killing sword. Thinking of Su Yu's intention to borrow the 2 White Emperor puppets, his intentions were clear. Sit back and reap the benefits. Wait until the Dustless Moon Sect and the Emperor-killing sword were both injured. Then snatch the Emperor-killing sword. Every step had been planned in advance. What was even stranger was that the development of the situation was exactly as he had predicted. Even an army of 15 million vampires wasn't able to disrupt his plans. Su Yu said calmly, more or less. Borrowing the puppets was a 2-pronged preparation. Firstly, he was prepared to sit back and reap the benefits. Secondly, it was to prevent the Blood Clan from being too strong and completely annihilating the Dustless Moon Sect. At least he had some life-saving trump cards. Now, the White Sun Divine Stone had destroyed most of the Blood Clan army, allowing the Dustless Moon Sect and the Blood Clan to fight evenly. Under the gray robe of the Saint Maiden, her eyes were unusually complicated. "You are very similar to someone." "Oh? Who?" "An old friend." The Saint Maiden fell silent after saying this. An old friend? Who exactly was the Saint Maiden? Su Yu still had not figured it out. Right at that moment, the Emperor-killing sword suddenly exploded with a shocking murderous aura, forcing Master Bao Kuan to retreat. Without the assistance of the Blood Clan, Master Bao Kuan forced the Emperor-killing sword into retreat. The body of the great Deacon Qingtian was destroyed into pieces. Without a body to rely on, the Emperor-killing sword could not unleash its full power. After forcing Master Bao Kuan to retreat, it turned into a shadow of a sword and headed straight for the White Sun Divine Stone. It looked like it did not intend to continue fighting with Master Bao Kuan. Instead, it chose to escape. But before it escaped, it wanted to smash the White Sun Divine Stone, which was already full of cracks, into pieces. The white light emitted by the White Sun Divine Stone was already very weak. It could not withstand the full power of the Emperor-killing sword. Chapter 1873. The elder with the goatee was delighted. The ancestor's relic has a spirit. It must be coming for us. He had seen the White Sun Divine Stone's performance just now. How powerful was it? A casual strike could wipe out countless Blood Clan members. If such a magical item could be unearthed, would the White Sun Clan not be able to grow stronger? He flew to intercept it, grabbing the White Sun Divine Stone flying toward him. Su Yu was slightly tempted, but he eventually gave up on the idea. The Divine Stone had a spirit, so it would naturally choose its descendants. As expected, the Divine Stone headed straight for the elder with the goatee, seeking protection. However, just at this moment, the Emperor-killing sword slashed through the air and slashed again. That powerful sword technique could only be matched by a triple-crown Divine King. The expression of the elder with the goatee, who was about to grab the White Sun Divine Stone, changed, fleeing in fear. "Rumble, The sword of the emperor-killing sword struck the white sun divine stone without any resistance. But with a loud noise, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the divine stone, as if it was about to split into two. The emperor-killing sword took the opportunity to strike again, looking as if it wanted to completely shatter the white sun divine stone. The elder with the goatee was afraid of the divine power of the emperor-killing sword. He was panic-stricken, not daring to step forward to stop it. The white sun divine stone slowly emitted a dim glow, obviously in its final struggle. But the millions of Blood Clan members had used up almost all of its white light. At that moment, the white sun divine stone was like a lamp that had run out of fuel, unable to muster any strength to resist. This sword was determined to completely shatter it. The white sun divine stone swayed, a trace of moisture rolling down from the crack like a tear. A sorrowful atmosphere was released from the god stone. The divine stone had a spirit. Knowing that it was about to die, it was crying in sorrow. Suyu was moved. No matter what, the reason he could live until now was because the divine stone had fought against all the Blood Clan members alone. Now that it was in trouble, there was no reason for him to stand by and watch. It was time to strike. Suyu did not say anything. With a thought, an inconspicuous captive suddenly tore off the loose black robe on his body, revealing his true form. It was a tall humanoid puppet that exuded a purple metallic luster. Its facial features were vivid like a real person's. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the slightest fluctuation of a living being, he would have treated him as a human. Its entire body was forged from a special purple metal, emitting a mysterious halo. A pair of huge eyes flashed with a frightening light. His body trembled, and a terrifying aura rippled out. "Go." Suyu pointed from afar. The purple-colored, metallic puppet immediately let out a low growl and pounced forward, blocking the front of the divine white sunstone. Clang! The purple, metallic puppet was struck by the sword, and a sinister crack immediately appeared on its body, spreading over half of its body. However, it managed to block the attack and pounced forward fearlessly, crushing the clear sky, great Deacon's body with a single blow. He held the emperor-killing sword with one arm as he spun and escaped from the pile of minced meat. Without a body, the might of the emperor-killing sword decreased by more than half. It was not even a match for the puppets. It gave up on the god stone of destruction and fled. "Go after him," Suyu ordered. He cast a meaningful glance at Master Baokuin, but did not attack him. A puppet and a sword, one chasing and one fleeing, soon disappeared without a trace. Master Baokuin followed closely behind the emperor-killing sword. The divine white sunstone, which had escaped death, hovered in the air, on the verge of collapse. The goateed old man was overjoyed. He immediately flew over and bowed with his fists cupped. "Thank you, God Stone, for saving the White Sun tribe from this disaster. Please return with me. From now on, the White Sun tribe will worship you 10 times more than before." The scene just now was enough to show that the divine white sunstone was a spiritual object with its own intelligence. More importantly, it felt a sense of kinship with the White Sun clan. However, the divine white sunstone bypassed him and flew toward Suyu, landing in his arms. Suyu was slightly stunned, instinctively hugging it. The goateed elder was stunned. He turned his head, his eyes filled with surprise. His expression turned grave. "Please return the divine stone of the White Sun clan." Suyu hesitated for a moment, then returned the divine stone. Strangely, when the goateed old man tried to retrieve the stone and touched it with his hand, the stone immediately released a dim, white light that repelled him. But Suyu, who was hugging the divine stone, was not affected in the slightest. The goateed elder panicked, grabbing the stone again. But this time, the white light released caused his palms to bleed. He stared at Suyu in anger. "What did you do to the divine stone of the White Sun clan?" If he had spoken nicely, so you might have thought of a way to resolve this strange situation. However, Su Yu did not dare to agree with his baffling responsibility. Su Yu placed the divine stone on the ground. The divine stone seemed to recognize Su Yu, flying back into his arms. Are you sure I did something to it? Su Yu stared at the goateed elder. Anyone could see that it was the divine stone's own choice. It had its own intelligence. The goateed elder was speechless. There must be a problem here, he said. The divine stone is a relic of the White Sun clan's ancestor. It has a reaction to the White Sun clan's bloodline. It should be close to me. The saint lady who was at the side looked at the divine stone and the goateed elder. The divine stone has a spirit. It did seek refuge with you, but you did not protect it. Instead, you hid in a corner. It was he who ordered the puppets to attack. So I think the divine stone most likely chose to follow him and not you. Nonsense. The goateed elder's expression was gloomy. If the divine stone of White Sun was really just an ordinary stone, even if it was passed down from the ancestors, it would not matter if it was given to this person. But this item was not ordinary. It was an extremely powerful treasure. How could he give it to an outsider? The goateed elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a thought, a powerful aura of a three-crowned divine warrior enveloped the entire area, especially Su Yu. The boss sisters were slightly stunned, then consciously stood on their father's side. Ba Yu looked at Su Yu coldly. The divine stone belongs to the White Sun clan. If you snatch it, you will be an irreconcilable enemy of the White Sun clan. If you know what's good for you, put it down immediately and get lost. After witnessing the power of the divine stone of White Sun, the higher-ups of the White Sun clan immediately made their stand clear, casting hostile looks at Su Yu. Only the saint lady, after weighing the pros and cons, still stood by Su Yu's side. She glanced at them disdainfully. A bunch of laughable and despicable clans. By doing this, you already know how to leave this place, don't you? Those who were slightly smarter had already figured out how to leave this world. Wherever the Dustless Moon clan came from, they could leave from there. So, Su Yu was already worthless. For the sake of the divine stone, the goateed elder naturally dared to turn against him. Chapter 1874. The exit is right there. We don't need your help anymore, so all our previous conditions are cancelled, the goateed elder said coldly. Don't even think about taking either of the two puppets. Su Yu did not say a word, only looking at him indifferently. His eyes were full of pity. Ba Yu, Ba Shui, take your people and occupy the stone door that the extraterrestrial creatures came from. Let them go first. I will take back the divine stone that our ancestors gave us, the goateed elder said. The Ba sisters immediately led their people forward. The goateed elder stared at Su Yu with hostility. I admit that you have been of help to the Daesun clan, but not much. With the divine stone left by our ancestors, even without you, we will be able to survive this crisis. He spoke as if without Su Yu's insistence, they would have left the Daesun divine stone. Without Su Yu, they would have let go of the Daesun divine stone. If it weren't for Su Yu, their entire clan would have been annihilated by the Blood clan long ago, leaving not even a trace behind. But now they were talking nonsense. Su Yu's lips curled up. So, what do you plan to do? If you know what's good for you, I will spare your life. If not, haha. The goateed elder's true colors were revealed. Selfish, mean, and heartless. Bring me the controlling treasure of the other puppet. Also, throw our Daesun clan's divine stone far away. The white emperor puppet behind the goateed elder exuded an even more frightening aura. If the divine stone did not leave with him, then he would forcefully subdue it and take it away. No matter what, it could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Su Yu smiled faintly. Without saying a word, he threw the controlling treasure of the other white emperor puppet and the divine stone over. The saint lady was shocked. You gave it back to them? Then what right do we have to seize the emperor-killing sword? The White Emperor puppet was an extremely important part of obtaining the emperor-killing sword. How could he just give it back to them? But Suyu only smiled. It's not sweet to force it. It's more interesting for them to hand it over. The Saint Lady felt incredulous. What was in his head? Why did he think that a stingy clan like the Daysun clan would spit out everything that was in their mouths? Could it be that all his previous schemes were just her thinking too much? A trace of deep disappointment emerged in his heart. If it was that person, he would definitely not have made such a huge mistake. The goateed elder was overjoyed to obtain the 2 items. He had the White Emperor's puppet take action, using its powerful strength to imprison the struggling White Sun divine stone. He grabbed the other control treasure and prepared to refine it again to summon the other White Emperor puppet back. He only cared about the White Sun divine stone and his clansmen. As for the emperor-killing sword, he did not care at all. However, at this moment, Bayu, who had led his clansmen to the stone gate, returned with a sunken expression. Behind him, there were a few White Sun clansmen who were panicking, anxious, and uneasy. All of their faces had ugly expressions, as if the sky had fallen. The goateed old man was startled and frowned. Tyrant Moon, is there something wrong? Why haven't they left yet? Who knows? The vampires might come for us. Ba, you looked at Suyu and bit her lip. Did you know that the stone door would close? The goateed old man's pupils constricted when he heard this, and his aged body fiercely trembled. You're saying that the stone door is closed? The goateed old man's eyes were wide open, and he asked in disbelief. Ba Shui, who had hurried over, could not hold it in any longer. His eyes were filled with despair as he laughed bitterly. Father, it's over. We're really finished. The stone door was their last hope, but it was gone just like that. The goateed old man was in a daze for a moment, then turned his gaze back to Suyu. You already knew that the stone door would close? Suyu calmly nodded. What do you think? He had come from the stone door. How could he not know that the stone door would automatically close after a certain period of time? When will it open again? The goateed old man's posture became a little more humble. Suyu looked at him. Perhaps it will be very soon, and someone will open it again. Perhaps it will be very long, and someone will only open it again after 100 years. To them, 100 years was a very short period of time. After all, hundreds of generations of clansmen had survived. So what if they waited another 100 years? But the vampires were not something that the Dustless Moon faction could exterminate. Once the vampires broke through their suppression, the 400,000-strong army of vampires would not be able to escape death no matter where they fled to in this world. So they did not have time to wait. The goateed old man clenched his teeth, cupping his fists. Mister, do you think there is any other way to leave? Of course there is. Unexpectedly, Suyu's answer was firm. Not only were the Daysun clansmen shocked, even the Holy Maiden was surprised. There was another way to leave? The stone door was the only way out. What way? The goateed old man blurted out, his expression agitated. Suyu said calmly, My words carry little weight. You only need the divine White Sunstone. I cannot help you in the slightest. At that moment, the goateed old man's facial muscles twitched. Suyu was responding to his harsh and heartless words. He bowed. I was rude first. Please, on account of the many lives of the Daysun clansmen, tell us the way to leave. His expression was sincere. He had been like this even before he turned on Suyu. Suyu wore a faint smile. Oh, you have already cancelled the deal between us. I really cannot find a reason to save your clansmen. The goateed old man looked embarrassed. He had never been so embarrassed. His expression sank. What do we have to do for you to help us? This scene had returned to before they turned on Suyu. They had a favor to ask of Suyu. Suyu crooked his finger. First, return what you took from me. Second, fulfill your promise. Give me the last item to control the puppet." Hearing this, the entire Daesun clan was in an uproar. The cries of discontent and resistance were not weak. The goateed old man stared at Suyu. "Is there no room for negotiation?" he asked in a low voice. Suyu calmly retorted, "Who do you think you are? A group of people whose lives are in my hands. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Remember, I am not negotiating with you. I am giving you an order." If the Daesun clan had honestly completed the deal, not only would he have returned the divine White Sunstone, he would have even helped them in the outside world. But in the end, Suyu had no mercy for such people. The goateed old man was extremely gloomy, but he still bowed in respect. He returned the two puppets' control methods and the divine White Sunstone to Suyu. After controlling the two puppets, Suyu let out a light laugh. "The east wind I have been waiting for has finally arrived." Chapter 1875. He glanced at the goateed old man and the others. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." He refined the other controlled item on the spot, and a feeling of spiritual connection surged into his heart. The second White Emperor puppet was also under his control. "Let's go." He nodded at the Saintess and jumped onto the puppet's left shoulder. The Saintess came back to her senses and jumped onto the puppet's right shoulder. The White Emperor puppet leaped into the sky and chased after the escaping Emperor Killer Sword. The White Sun clan members were left behind. "Father, we—" Ba Yu clenched her fists, showing the anger in her heart. The goateed old man looked much older. His eyes were filled with regret. "Sai, we lost everything. We should have known that the stone door would not be so easy to pass." Ba Yu said coldly, "Father, are we just going to let this go?" "What else?" the goateed old man asked. "The two White Emperor puppets are in the enemy's hands, and the White Sun Divine Stone is following him. What right do we have to talk to them?" Ba Yu looked at Black Lotus Demon Lord who was fighting in the distance. "Why don't we join them and borrow their power to take back what belongs to the White Sun clan?" The goateed old man shook his head without hesitation. "Don't be foolish. Why would they help us? Moreover, even if we take it back, what right do they have to return the two three-crowned sovereign puppets and the mysterious White Sun Divine Stone that is comparable to the Emperor Killing Sword?" Ba Yu said again, "Then why don't we take the Emperor Killing Sword as well? With its power, we can even control the blood race and use it for our own use. Father, when we go to the outside world, we will need to rely on powerful external forces. Otherwise, it will be impossible for us to survive in the forest of various powers." The goateed old man sneered. "We can fight for the Emperor Killing Sword. We won't even know how we died." After a pause, he said, "Let's wait for them to finish. As long as we can leave this world safely, it will be a great blessing for the White Sun clan. I don't dare to ask for more. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again." Ba Yu's face was respectful, but her heart was filled with unwillingness. Was she going to give up just like that? She was unwilling, absolutely not. On the other side, the Emperor Killing Sword, the White Emperor puppet, and esteemed Bao Kuan fell into a strange battle. The three of them were enemies. Esteemed Bao Kuan subdued the Emperor Killing Sword while attacking it. The puppet retaliated against esteemed Bao Kuan with all its might, interrupting his progress of subduing the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword attacked both of them at the same time. The three of them reached a temporary balance. For a moment, the Emperor Killer Sword, whose strength had been greatly reduced, was not subdued. Emperor killing Emperor. Master Bao Kuan's benevolent demeanor of an immortal was long gone, and it was replaced by boundless rage. Just as he was about to obtain the Emperor-slaying sword, a terrifyingly powerful three-crown Emperor-grade puppet appeared. Emperor was still Emperor. Emperor Dragon. Emperor. The puppet's eyes were hollow, and it continued to attack relentlessly, perfectly obeying Su Yu's orders. Emperor, 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 emperor. Emperor, 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 long puppet, emperor, emperor. Emperors, emperor, emperors hit. At emperor, countless white threads wrapped around the white emperor puppet tightly. No matter how strong its limbs were, it could only expand the horsetail whisk. It was far from tearing it apart. Don't waste your energy. That's a horsetail whisk that I've refined using golden silk. It can only be used once, but its power is at the pinnacle of true Emperor-level divine weapons. If you're proficient in other divine abilities, you might be able to break free, but you're just a mere puppet. Don't waste your energy. Master Bao Kuan sneered coldly. In his heart, he was extremely reluctant. That horsetail whisk was refined at a great cost, and it was originally used for self-defense. Now that the Dark Star civilization was in turmoil, and the Dustless Moon sect was right next to the moon-worshipping cult, he had no choice but to be on guard against the moon-worshipping cult leader suddenly clashing with him one day. At that time, the horsetail whisk would be able to temporarily entangle the opponent and give him the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. He never thought that he would have to use it on a puppet. However, if he could obtain the Emperor-killing sword, everything would be worth it. Without any restraints, Venerable Bao Kuan grabbed the Emperor-killer sword. The three-crown emperor grabbed with all his strength, and it was as if the entire sky was enveloping it. At this moment, the Emperor-killing sword had nowhere to hide. The Emperor-killer sword controlled the arm and struggled with all its might. However, it was still grabbed mercilessly. Venerable Bao Kuan pressed down with his fingers and immediately stopped the Emperor-killer sword. His heart was filled with indescribable joy. He could not help but laugh aloud. The Emperor-killer sword that has thrown the Dark Star civilization into chaos is actually mine one day. To think that the 10 organizations are still fighting to the death. In the end, it's all mine. Wielding the Emperor-killer sword meant he could sweep through the world. With a shake of his fingers, he mercilessly crushed the azure sky, Great Deacon's remaining arm. Then he grabbed the Emperor-killer sword with his own hand. However, at this moment, something happened. As he held the sword, a terrifying murderous aura rushed out from the Emperor-killing sword, surging into his body through his arm and into his soul. His eyes immediately became conflicted. Half of it was clear, while the other half was struggling, as if he was fighting for control of his soul. Don't even think about fighting for control of my body with a mere sword. Piss off! With a furious roar from Venerable Bao Kuan, the desolation force in his body erupted like a volcano. Large amounts of killing intent surged out of his body. However, who had left behind the killing intent in the Emperor-killer sword? The master of the slaughter path. Just what kind of shocking killing intent did the sword he had refined with his own body before his death contain? Before the killing intent, Venerable Bao Kuan was merely a speck of dust. The killing intent 10 times stronger than before surged over again. Venerable Bao Kuan's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. He had long known that the Emperor-killer sword was an evil sword that could control living beings. However, he had never expected the killing intent it contained to make him, a Triple Crown Emperor, seem insignificant before it. It could be controlled so easily. Sensing that something was wrong, he loosened his grip and immediately tossed the Emperor-killer sword out. The Emperor-killer sword had indeed been tossed out. However, at this moment, the Emperor-killer sword eerily shot out several dozen blood-red lines that resembled meridians, shooting into Venerable Bao Kuan's palm. Immediately, the meridians seemed to be connected to the Emperor-killer sword and Venerable Bao Kuan. Endless killing intent surged into Venerable Bao Kuan's body through the meridians. Once it entered his body, no matter how powerful Venerable Bao Kuan was, he would still be controlled by the Emperor-killer sword and become his new body. At that time, the power he could display would far surpass that of a Triple Crown Emperor, possibly reaching the terrifying level of a Quadruple Crown Emperor. At that time, who could rival him? Apart from the Dark Star civilization's guardian deity, the King of Darkness, no one could stop him. Venerable Baokuin was even more shocked, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. At this critical moment, several space blades suddenly appeared near the blood-red meridians without any warning, instantly severing them. A mass of black killing intent, invisible to the naked eye, gushed out of the broken meridians and sent Venerable Baokuin flying away. Just in time, a puppet crossed the air and arrived. A black-robed person stood on the puppet's left shoulder with his hands clasped behind his back. On the right was a gray-robed person with the figure of a woman. Another white emperor's puppet. Venerable Baokuin barely managed to stop himself. He looked at the other party with slight fear. "This puppet is yours? Who are you?" Of course, he didn't expect Su Yu to be the guy who had entered the secret realm first. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to his words. He looked at the emperor-killing sword, which had lost its support and was falling rapidly. With Venerable Baokuin's previous lesson, he didn't rashly try to catch it. Venerable Baokuin's figure moved a little, but he didn't dare to snatch it again. The experience just now made him feel as if he had just passed by the gates of hell, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Clang! The emperor-killing sword fell to the ground, but no one dared to pick it up. Su Yu's mind was racing. What could he use to hold the emperor-killing sword? That shocking killing intent could probably penetrate anything, no matter what it was, and it would enter one's body, turning one into a walking corpse controlled by the emperor-killing sword. As he pondered, Su Yu had an idea. In the past, Yuan Yazi had forced the divine warrior of Tianyin from the 9 Dragons' ancient god realm to seize a piece of the emperor's 4-piece set of fate for Su Yu. That fate had accompanied his soul to the great beginning realm. Now was the time to use it. He grabbed at the top of his head, and a blurry, illusory, colorful shadow appeared. The emperor-killing sword, which was lying motionless on the ground, bounced strangely, as if it had sensed something. Su Yu was secretly delighted, as expected, but then the emperor-killing sword fell silent again. Su Yu frowned slightly. Was it because he didn't have enough fate to get the emperor-killing sword's complete approval? Was it really as the divine warrior of Tianyin had said? Was the emperor's 4-piece set prepared for the innate Emperor Zhang Wushuang? Was he destined to master them? A cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe it. He sent several space blades across the air, slashing at the emperor-killing sword. However, the sword clanged, but there was no mark on it. It was only bounced off by the space blades. However, it was only when it was bounced off that he discovered the abnormality. He saw dozens of blood-colored meridians had already drilled deep into the ground and were connected to something. Venerable Baokuin's scalp went numb. Damn it, I was too careless. He is secretly controlling the dead bodies underground. This place had been the battlefield between the Daylight Clan and the Blood Clan for millions of years, and both sides had suffered countless casualties. The corpses of the Blood Clan had never been collected, and they had all been buried deep underground with time. The sword was extremely cunning. It pretended that it couldn't move, but secretly chose a new body. When Su Yu and the others discovered it, it was already too late. A furious roar came from the depths of the ground, and the whole ground was shaken. A remnant aura of a divine warrior gushed out from the ground. At the same time, the emperor-killing sword fell into the crack and hid underground. Don't even think about escaping. Venerable Baokuin made a gesture of pulling the moon with his hands and pulled out the land within 100 miles from the ground. Chapter 1876. Sure enough, a half-decayed Blood Clan member was holding the emperor-killing sword, his eyes bloodshot as he looked up at them. With a furious roar, he immediately flew away. Humph! How could Master Baokuin allow him to escape? He made a grabbing motion in the air and stopped the sword. Seeing that his body was about to be destroyed once again, The beating heart in the emperor-killing sword's hilt suddenly released a destructive wave of light that swept in all directions. The whole world shook violently. With a cracking sound, a patch of darkness appeared at the end of the horizon, as if it was being torn apart. The destructive wave of light swept across Su Yu and the others. They were so close that they could not avoid it. Su Yu's heart was beating wildly. The power of that wave of light was much stronger than the full power of the emperor-killing sword. He sucked the two puppets into his space, then immediately used space, folding to turn himself into dust. The Saint Maiden sighed bitterly. Again. Boom! She did not resist, or rather, in the face of such heavenly power, there was no need to resist at all. She was immediately destroyed and turned into nothingness. Master Bao Kuin's eyelids twitched as he shouted in shock, hurriedly using several layers of defense. In this life and death crisis, all the treasures he had prepared for the upcoming battle were put to use. He layered 9 layers of defense on his body, each layer able to block the full power of the Three-Crown Emperor's attack. Any one of these layers was more powerful than the dragon-shaped necklace on Su Yu's body. However, when the destructive wave of light swept over, the 9 layers of defense were like papier-mâché that were destroyed in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The destructive wave of light pierced through Master Bao Kuin's body. Wisps of murderous energy shot out from his pores. His entire aura weakened rapidly, and his body aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Yu, who understood the law of life, was secretly shocked. This was a sign that his life force was about to be extinguished. A simple attack had almost completely extinguished the Three-Crown Emperor's life force. The wave of light dissipated. The Saint Maiden had miraculously revived. Su Yu was not surprised, so he used space folding to return. The emperor-killing sword had already escaped to the edge of the pitch-black fissure, and he could not catch up to it. Su Yu was extremely disappointed. He had failed on the verge of success. In the end, he had still let the emperor-killing sword escape. In other words, even if it didn't run, what could Su Yu do to it? It was impossible for Su Yu to control such a terrifying, murderous aura. He had to find an effective method, or else this sword would be useless. Just as Su Yu was feeling extremely disappointed, the white sun divine stone in his arms suddenly charged out, turning into an extremely dazzling sun. With the force of a meteor, it teleported and collided with the emperor-killing sword. Bang! A violent rumble erupted as the vampire corpses controlled by the Emperor Slaughter's sword exploded into a bloody mist. The monarch-killer's sword couldn't withstand the impact. It let out a low cry, and its whole body emitted a strange divine light. But using that collision, the emperor-killing sword also successfully charged out of the crack and disappeared. After that, the divine white sun stone landed back in Su Yu's hands. Su Yu was dumbfounded. Was it taking revenge on the emperor-killing sword? However, what happened next stunned Su Yu even more. A patch of golden clouds gathered in the sky. With the emperor-killer's sword as the center, they quickly gathered. Dao Rain! The saint lady beside him was wild with joy. Su Yu was also stunned. He was overjoyed and immediately rushed over. The collision with the divine white sunstone seemed to have inadvertently triggered the emperor-killing sword's ability to control Dao Rain, causing it to start raining down. Such an outcome was unexpected. The Black Lotus Demon Lord and the others who were fighting were also ecstatic. However, although the emperor-killing sword had left, the 400,000 blood descendants had no intention of retreating. They charged forward ferociously. The disciples of the Dustless Moon faction did not even have time to defend against the blood descendants. It was simply a daydream for them to retreat and receive the Dao Rain. Walala! Soon, the golden Dao Rain fell like a heavy downpour. The Black Lotus Demon Lord roared as he killed a powerful blood descendant that was bothering him. He greedily wanted to absorb a drop of the Dao Rain that fell on his head. However, Another blood descendant charged forward without fear of death, causing the Black Lotus demon lord's heart to tighten. He had no choice but to give up on absorbing the Tao rain and kill the enemy instead. This repeated over and over again. He was completely immersed in the battle with the blood descendants. He could only watch the rare Tao rain slip away before his eyes. It felt as if a stunning beauty that he had been longing for was lying beside him, waiting for him to have sex with her, but he could not open his pants. He was anxious and furious. Ah, all of you go to hell. Finally, the Black Lotus demon lord flew into a rage. After several failed attempts, he completely gave up on absorbing the Tao rain and started killing the blood descendants like a madman. Ba Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the figure that was exuding divine might. The people of the White Sun clan did not understand the meaning of the golden Tao rain. They watched helplessly as it fell, but they did not know how to absorb it. Only Su Yu and the Saint Lady flew to the area where the Tao rain was the densest and started absorbing it in ecstasy. The Saint Lady glanced at Su Yu and could no longer hide. She weaved a seal with her hands, and 4 identical copies of herself appeared. Their auras, souls, and bodies were exactly the same. Only one of them was very blurry and dim, with a faint aura of death. It was the Saint Lady who had just been destroyed. If she was the Saint Lady, then what were the 4 in front of her? Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this. Perhaps this was the reason why she could come back from the dead. The one who died was only one of the Saint Ladies, and there were 4 more that could be replaced at any time. Moreover, the dead Saint Lady was also slowly recovering by some unknown means. Unless all 5 Saint Ladies were killed in one go, it would be impossible to completely destroy them in a short time. What kind of divine technique was that? It was unheard of. Su Yu stared at him deeply, unwilling to be outdone. In the Dayu Empire, Su Yu's energy was limited, and he could only absorb a small portion of the Tao rain. But now Soul-like clone. He closed his eyes, and 9 identical souls flew out from his body. Each of them was at the level of a double-crown emperor. The 9 souls each occupied a side, absorbing the Tao rain crazily. Seeing this, the Saint Lady's pupils shrank, and she cried out in surprise, 9 souls? And all at the level of a double-crown emperor? She was really shocked. She had never heard of a person's body being able to contain 9 souls. However, the Tao rain was precious and could not be wasted. She immediately communicated with the 5 Saint Ladies to absorb the Tao rain together. The Tao rain lasted for a quarter of an hour. Compared to the Tao rain of the Dayu Empire, not only was the duration shorter, but it was also far less dense. But Su Yu was already satisfied. An unexpected harvest was better than returning empty-handed. Of course, the 9 souls together made up for this shortcoming, allowing Su Yu to collect 3 times the Tao rain of the past. A full 3 times. He did not know how many rules he could comprehend this time. He could not wait to comprehend it immediately. "Congratulations on obtaining so much Tao rain," the Saint Lady said with deep jealousy. Comparisons were odious. She thought that with 5 times the speed of ordinary people, she could obtain a lot. In fact, she had obtained a lot. But compared to Su Yu, it was only more than half. Su Yu looked at her with a thoughtful expression. Now that the Emperor Killing Sword was missing, he had to return to the moon-worshipping cult and use the power of the moon-worshipping cult to find the sword. Should the Saint Lady be eliminated? His original plan was to use the Emperor Killing Sword to find out the truth about this woman. It would be best if he could kill her completely. If not, it would not be too late for him to kill her. But now, it seemed that it would not be easy to kill her. It was unheard of for 5 identical bodies to be replaced by the cycle of reincarnation. Her whole body was filled with an indescribable mystery. Su Yu had a feeling that killing her would not be as easy as killing a 3-crown emperor. If she had not done anything to harm Su Yu, it would be better not to act rashly. "You too." Su Yu smiled lightly. The Saint Lady felt slightly relieved. She quietly put away the strange stone she had been holding in her palm. She had thought that the other party would try to kill her again, but it seemed that she had overthought it. The two of them had their own thoughts. Suddenly, Suyu sensed something. He glanced at a place and raised his eyebrows. Oh, he is not dead yet. He flew over and stood in front of an old man whose whole body was pitch black and whose vitality was like a candle in the wind. His skin was wrinkled, and he looked old and lifeless. Even if the disciples of the Dustless Moon faction were here, they would not believe that he was Master Bao Kuan of the Dustless Moon faction. "Save me," Master Bao Kuan said weakly. The saintess also rushed over at this moment, her face expressionless. As the saintess of the moon worshipping church, she did not have the intention to kill this person, as if the moon worshipping church had nothing to do with it. Suyu, on the other hand, had a cold glint in his eyes as he calmly said, "The heavenly law is a cycle of reincarnation. If you don't believe it, look up. Who has the heavens ever spared? Do you also have such a day?" When he massacred millions of moon worshippers, he probably never thought that there would be a day when he, who is high and mighty, would ask for help. You should ask the moon worshipping follower who you killed. If they are willing to save you, I can help you recover at any time. Su Yu's palm flashed, and an incomparably rich life force flickered. Master Bao Kuan's eyes were wide open as if he had seen a patient on the verge of death. He struggled to stretch out his hand, hoping to get a chance to live. Su Yu clenched his fist and extinguished the life force. Under the illumination of the green remnant light, Su Yu's face looked mysterious and cold. "Go down and ask them. If they are willing, it won't be too late for me to resurrect you." He was telling the truth. Resurrecting esteemed Bao Kuan was just a matter of a thought. The prerequisite was that the ability to resurrect the dead was effective on martial emperors. After he spoke, Suyu threw out a ball of real dragon divine flame, which instantly ignited him. Esteemed Bao Kuan didn't even have the chance to struggle before he was burned to ashes. A shining crystal token could be clearly seen amidst the ashes. Su Yu sucked the air, and the crystal token fell into his palm. The words Bao Kuan came into view. It's esteemed Bao Kuan's identity token. Our moon-worshipping cult's master also has one. Seeing the jade token is like seeing him in person, the saint said calmly. Seeing the jade token is like seeing him in person? A thoughtful look appeared in Su Yu's eyes. Say, if I impersonate the Dustless Moon faction's esteemed Bao Kuan, what are my chances of success? Su Yu asked calmly as he fiddled with the jade token. If he could control 2 of the 10 great factions, it would be extremely beneficial for him to search for the emperor-killing sword or to resist the turmoil of the Dark Star civilization. The saint shook her head and said calmly, "You are overthinking it. Esteemed Bao Kuan has always shown his true face to people, so it is impossible for you to impersonate him." Chapter 1877. Was it really impossible? That might not be the case. Of course, he would not show it to them. He put away the jade token and returned to the Maple Forest Island. The battlefield was very far away, and the White Sun clan did not know what had happened. The goateed elder said, "May I ask if the matter has been resolved?" Suyu nodded. "It has been resolved. I should fulfill my promise and bring everyone away from this place." The White Sun clan was shocked. They could finally leave this place. The Blood Clan army was turning the tide of the battle, gaining victory after victory. Soon, they would counterattack the Dustless Moon clan members. If they did not leave now, no one would be able to leave. "Please show us the way." The goateed elder was filled with anticipation. The saint lady's eyes flashed as she looked in the direction the emperor-killing sword had escaped. Should they go there? But that should be a void. If the emperor-killing sword could leave, they might not be able to. And the stone door had disappeared without a trace, showing no signs of reappearing. How was Su Yu going to bring them away? No matter how she thought about it, the saint lady could not find a way to leave this place. So, Like the White Sun clan members, she looked at Suyu, waiting to see how he would find a way to leave this place. Suyu calmly placed the divine White Sunstone on the ground, calmly saying, "The Emperor-killing sword has left. The passage can be opened." The crowd was stunned. He was talking to the divine White Sunstone. Everyone looked at each other in confusion and bewilderment. The White Sun clan did not believe it. If the divine White Sunstone could really bring them away, why had it been so quiet for so many years? Only the goateed elder seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed to one of realization, regret, shame, and self-mockery. As the crowd discussed, the divine White Sunstone emitted a faint light, forming 6 vortexes the size of an eye on its surface. At a glance, it was similar to the 6 vortexes in the White Sea. Rumble! A muffled sound reverberated in the air, as if something was opening. Then 6 extraordinary auras descended upon the world at the same time. One of them appeared 1,000 feet in front of them. A space vortex appeared from small to large, and gradually a stone door appeared. It was exactly the same as the stone door that had appeared before. The difference was that the stone door before them was not the 6th vortex stone door. The White Sun clan could not believe it, staring at the stone door dumbfoundedly. Why hadn't the White Sun god stone opened the stone door for so many years? The White Sun clan members who had lost their loved ones wept bitterly and resented the White Sun clan. Is the White Sun divine stone really a divine stone bestowed by our ancestors to protect our race? You turn a blind eye to your clansmen and listen to an outsider. All kinds of doubts, all kinds of grief and indignation lingered in everyone's hearts. The joy of leaving this world was completely diluted by the method in front of him. It turned out that their ancestors had played a huge joke on them. The way to leave had always been in their hands, but they had never discovered it. The goateed old man's eyes were filled with sorrow and shame. Retribution. This is probably retribution for going against our ancestors' last words. The ancestors' last words were for them to hand over the White Sun divine stone to the beings of the outer realms and let them take it away. The ancestor had long since anticipated that the blood race would appear to destroy this divine stone. Thus, this stone could not be left in the clan. It had to be handed over to the creatures of the outer realm. How? The ancestor left behind an answer in the divine stone. It would help the beings of the outer realms leave this world. That way, the blood race would not come looking for trouble with them. The funny thing was, from the very beginning, the White Sun clan had gone against their ancestors' last words. They had greedily taken the divine stone for themselves. They had thought themselves clever and captured the creatures of the outer realms who had fallen here as slaves to fight against the blood race. Little did they know that it was precisely because of this that they had suffered the attacks of the blood race for countless years. If they had handed over the White Sun divine stone from the very beginning, they would not have been trapped here and devoured by the blood race. What did it mean to be too clever for one's own good? The White Sun clan had used their own bodies to illustrate this saying. The people of the White Sun clan immediately recalled the ancestors' last words and came to a sudden realization. For a moment, the complaints and curses stopped and were replaced by deep self-blame and mockery. The ones who had harmed the White Sun clan were not others, but themselves. Creak! The stone door descended and opened silently. Suyu glanced at the White Sun clan and calmly said, "I advise you to lament about it later. It is unknown how long the stone door will remain." After saying this, he took the lead and entered the stone door. The saint lady followed, closely behind. The goateed elder's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to stop and led his clansmen out. The members of the Dustless Moon clan who were engaged in battle became anxious. "Third senior brother, what should we do? The blood race's counterattack is too fierce, and Master has not arrived yet. What should we do?" Hearing this, the Black Lotus Demon Lord looked at the stone door not far away, his eyes filled with hesitation. Hearing the deaths of his disciples, The Black Lotus Demon Lord gritted his teeth. Let's retreat first. What about Master? The Black Lotus Demon Lord said. With Master's abilities, there is no need for us to worry. Let's retreat first. Indeed, with Lord Baokuin's abilities, there was no one in this world who could stop him. With this thought, the disciples of the Dustless Moon clan retreated, leaving this world through the stone door. Not long after, the disciples of the White Sun clan and the Dustless Moon clan all retreated, leaving behind a group of Blood Race members running around in chaos. They also left behind a pile of unknown ashes, lying quietly on a lonely island. In the outside world, 5 to 6 days had passed since the first riot of the moon worshippers. Back then, after killing 100,000 moon worshippers, they were subdued with bloody methods and sent to their deaths. Of course, there were also some cunning and lucky fellows who managed to escape this calamity. The tanned, middle-aged man was one of them. He sneaked around the bottom of the sea, near the White Sea, careful not to be discovered by the patrolling disciples of the Dustless Moon clan. When he was 1,000,000,000 miles away from the Six Paths whirlpool, he heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lucky! What a lucky bastard! Lucky that I am smart! Hee. Thinking of the other 9 people in the same group, the tanned young man could not help but gloat. Aya, in the end, you all still died in the White Sea. What a pity! Thinking of the young human, he felt even more so. You were born with good looks and talent, but your brain is too stupid and you died early. What a waste! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared above his head and disappeared in a flash. From the crack, a strange-looking ancient sword fell down and stabbed into the ground 100 feet in front of him. The tanned young man was shocked and almost dived back into the water. When he looked at it, he was stunned. A sword fell from the sky. Staring at the sword that was filled with meridians and had a heart beating on the hilt, he shivered and thought, "What sword is this? It's scary." He instinctively stepped back, but then he thought, is this a gift from the heavens? Although this sword is filled with evil energy, it doesn't look like an ordinary sword. I should be able to sell it for a lot, right? As he thought about this, he climbed up the island and grabbed the sword. The moment he grabbed it, dozens of meridian-shaped bloodlines drilled out from the hilt and shot into his palm, connecting him and the sword together. Ah, what the hell is this? The tanned young man only had time to scream before his eyes were filled with emptiness and indifference. There was not even a hint of struggle. Even a 3-crown king almost fell for it, let alone a mere bronze overlord like him. After a long time, the tanned young man let out a long breath and said, "What a waste! Release the god stone, trouble." Then, the tanned young man left with the sword in hand. Near the Six Paths vortexes, Su Yu and the Saint Lady came out first. Without saying a word, they flew into the sky and left the vicinity. This place was still controlled by the Dustless Moon clan, so it was not advisable to stay for long. After the elder with the goatee appeared, he glanced at the startled, Dustless Moon clan disciples and immediately released the powerful aura of a 2-crown king, intimidating the Dustless Moon clan disciples. Their great deacons had followed Master Bao Kuin into the space within the vortex. No one could fight against them now. No one dared to stop them, and they quickly left. Only Ba Yu's beautiful eyes darted around. After some thought, she quietly stayed behind. She hid in a secret place and waited. The Black Lotus Demon Lord returned with 6 great deacons and dozens of cave masters. "Is Master back?" The Black Lotus Demon Lord asked the Dustless Moon clan disciple guarding the place. "Third senior brother, no." The Black Lotus Demon Lord frowned and looked back at the 6 Paths vortexes that were still open. Wait patiently." This wait lasted for an hour. The Black Lotus Demon Lord's face turned ugly when he heard the rumbling sound, indicating that the stone doors were all closed. "Are you sure Master hasn't come out?" The Black Lotus Demon Lord stared at the Dustless Moon clan disciples guarding the place. They were afraid. Master Bao Kuan's disappearance was a major event that shook the Dark Star civilization. They might be swallowed by another powerful force overnight. To keep it a secret, they might even be killed. Master is so powerful. If he left without saying goodbye, we wouldn't have noticed him with our weak abilities, they said, feeling wronged. With that, the 7 great deacons and dozens of cave masters felt a little more at ease. If that was the case, it made sense. With Master Bao Kuan's abilities, it was unlikely that he had stayed inside. Maybe Master left through another passage to track the Emperor Killer Sword. The Black Lotus Demon Lord comforted himself. Thinking of this, he sighed sadly. If Master couldn't subdue the Emperor Killer Sword, our efforts would have been in vain. Not only would we have started a war with the moon worshipping cult, but we would have gained nothing. The other great deacons were also dispirited. Not only did they gain nothing, but they had also suffered injuries of varying degrees. A few Emperor Realm, Cave, Masters of Heaven and Earth had also lost their lives. In addition, they had lost 2 great deacons during the initial exploration of the tunnel. Their losses could not be said to be light. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared and smiled proudly. Haha, I know some things. If you can get them back, you will have gained a lot from this trip. Chapter 1878. She was not willing to let Suyu take everything of the White Sun clan. The White Sun Divine Stone and the White Emperor Puppet were the heritage of the White Sun clan. How could they give them to an outsider, even if they had an agreement? However, the White Sun clan did not have the ability to take back, so they could only rely on external forces. If they could bargain, they could at least take back one of the White Emperor puppets. In addition, that person seemed to have a lot of resources, so it would be better to take them back. Of course, his strength was also very good. She did not know if she could subdue him and make him a puppet of the White Sun clan. Her mind was racing, calculating all the possibilities in the future. Who is it? The great deacons looked over coldly. A huge pressure instantly pressed her to the ground. When had Ba Yu ever seen such a scene? She immediately panicked. I am the daughter of the White Sun clan master, I know. The Black Lotus Demon Lord was concerned about his master at the moment. He frowned and said in disgust, Where did this wild woman come from? Take her away and interrogate her. Wait, what did she say? Search her soul. Searching one's soul would hurt one's soul, especially if it was used by someone who was not proficient in soul techniques. It would definitely hurt the soul and cause permanent damage. Ba Yu was shocked and said hurriedly, Wait, let me finish. Slap. A female disciple of the Dustless Moon clan walked over and slapped her in the face. She sneered. Where did this little *TCH come from? With your looks, you want to seduce the Black Lotus Demon Lord? Why don't you pee and look in the mirror? She grabbed Ba Yu and infused her with the power of desolation, sealing all the divine power in her body and making her an ordinary person. No! She was even worse than an ordinary person, because she couldn't even speak. Soon, Ba Yu was taken to a temporary prison cell. It was originally used to punish the moon-worshipping disciples who escaped. Now that the vortex had been opened, it was thought to be useless and was about to be dismantled. Unexpectedly, another prisoner was sent in. Bai Chun, where did this delicate lady come from? In the prison cell, the person in charge of the punishment was a butcher with a fierce face. He was wiping the strange torture tools stained with blood. Bai Chun tossed Ba Yu aside and sneered coldly, Who knows where this wild woman came from? The moment she came out, she arrogantly announced that she knew some treasure. Truly baffling. Black Lotus Demon Lord wants you to talk to her and get her to confess something before searching her soul for confirmation. Butcher chuckled. In the hands of me, the 10,000 human butcher, who wouldn't confess honestly. Soul searching is superfluous. However, since the Black Lotus Demon Lord specially reminded me, I'll search her soul after this. It's a pity that the delicate little beauty is going to become a fool. Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to look at Ba Yu again and turned to leave. Not long after, Ba Yu's heart-wrenching screams came from behind him. Domineering Moon never expected that the other party would be so disdainful as to bargain with her and would instead torture her and search her soul. Not everyone was like Su Yu, who was willing to negotiate. In the eyes of the dustless Moon sect, which viewed human lives as dirt, Tyrant Moon had no right to negotiate. He was just like an ant. The mournful screams continued for an entire hour. Finally, the 10,000 human butcher picked up Ba Yu, who was like a walking corpse, and threw her out of the cell. Her whole body was festering, and there was not a single part of her that was whole. Her body was badly injured, and her vitality was extremely weak. She was on the verge of death. Her empty eyes flickered with a faint fluctuation. Gradually, her eyelids slowly closed, and a tear of remorse rolled down her cheek. If she had listened to her father and stopped here, if she had not been so greedy and left contentedly, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The last trace of vitality was exhaled from her nostrils, and she died completely. When the Black Lotus Demon Lord heard the news, he couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, 2 white emperor puppets of the 3 crown emperors? A mysterious white sun divine stone? Where is she? Probably dead. The 10,000 human butcher shrugged helplessly. Her physique was too weak, so it's not my fault. The Black Lotus Demon Lord did not care. If only she had died a little later, I could have asked her. But forget it. I'll leave this information to you. That mysterious black-robed man is a little scary. His calculations are marvelous, and even our appearance was calculated by him, becoming a knife in his hands. From the information, the Black Lotus Demon Lord learned of Su Yu's existence. He was probably the person who broke into the stone door in advance. What was more frightening was that, from the information, this person's calculations were flawless, and he was truly terrifying. It was better to leave this kind of person to his master. Su Yu and the Holy Maiden, who were completely unaware of this, sped all the way out of the range of the 6 paths vortexes. Standing on a mountain peak, the Holy Maiden paused and said, "Can you tell me who you are? Why did you want to kill me in the first place?" Su Yu answered her with a faint smile. "You should be glad that I changed my mind and will not kill you for now." The Holy Maiden snorted. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" In terms of strength, she was confident that even if the 3-crown divine warrior came, she would have a 90% chance of escaping. The road leads to the sky, and we go our separate ways. You go south, and I go north, and we will never meet again. Goodbye. He stomped his feet and disappeared. "Hey, you haven't answered me yet." The gray-robed woman stamped her feet angrily. Staring at the figure of the other party who was getting further away, she said with a sense of loss, "Hey, it's been 10 years, and I thought I would soon forget you." She took off the gray hat on her head, revealing a pretty face that resembled a pretty daughter from a humble family. If Su Yu was here, he would be so surprised that he could not close his mouth. The Holy Maiden he wanted to kill was not someone else, but Sheng Yuanxin. Together with Yang Tai, he left the Tao Tai's cage and came to Shen Yuanxin in the great beginning realm. Her eyes were gloomy, as if she was recalling a very distant memory. As if she had thought of something, she smiled knowingly. "Su Yu, how are you? You can't imagine that in the distant great beginning realm, I met someone who could compete with you." Then, her expression gradually became desolate. "It's a pity that you will never get to know each other." She sighed and put on her gray hat again. Looking in the direction of White Dragon City, she could not help but worry. "I was in a hurry that day, and I didn't have time to settle Yang Tai and the others down. After a year, I wonder if they are still safe." As she spoke, she flew in the direction of White Dragon City. A few days later, at the moon-worshipping cult's main altar, Su Yu displayed the token of the moon-worshipping cult master. The moon-worshipping cult's guardians and preaching elders flew out of the main altar to welcome him. Welcome back, Sect Master. Guardian Bai Li stood at the forefront, realizing that only the Sect Master had returned. Su Yu said indifferently, I have been searching for many days, but there is no trace of the Holy Maiden. However, with the Holy Maiden's abilities, I believe she will return safely. Thanks to the Sect Master, the Holy Maiden will return safely. A bunch of bootlickers. Su Yu thought to himself. On the surface, he asked, Did anything major happen while I was away? Guardian Bai Li hurriedly said, Yes. Sect Master, please have a look. He handed over an invitation. Su Yu took it and scanned it. He could not help but be surprised. Guqin Banquet? The content of the post was even more surprising. The 5 great forces of the south of the Dark Star civilization had gathered to discuss the search for the Emperor-killing sword. The Dark Star civilization was divided into the north and the south, with the Holy Mountain as the boundary. The moon-worshipping cult and the Dustless Moon clan belonged to the southern forces. This time, among the southern forces, the number 1 Wind Cloud Villa had sent out an invitation, inviting the 5 great forces of the south to discuss the Emperor-killing sword. The Wind Cloud Villa was the number 1 southern force, and it was also the number 2 existence in the entire Dark Star civilization. It indeed had the right to gather all the heroes. Moreover, regarding the Emperor-killing sword, it was believed that the other forces would also go. Su Yu was deep in thought. Now that the Emperor-killing sword was missing, it must have been hidden somewhere. Mobilizing the 5 great forces to search for it was far better than searching for it alone. Moreover, the moon-worshipping cult's intelligence agency was not to be underestimated. The moon-worshipping cult had not even found a trace of the Emperor-killing sword within their borders. Instead, it had been discovered by the Dustless Moon clan. It was not very reliable to rely on the moon-worshipping cult alone. As for how the Emperor-killing sword would be distributed after the 5 great forces found it, that was a matter to be discussed at the Guqin banquet. He had to attend this banquet. The time given was ample. It was set for 2 years later. Enough for Su Yu to digest the gains from this trip. Got it, Su Yu said indifferently. I will be training in isolation from now on. If there is anything, you can ask the sect mistress to pass the message to me. The only one he could trust was Princess Rookin. Protector Bai Li hesitated. Sect Master, I heard that the Dustless Moon clan invaded our White Dragon Mountains and slaughtered countless moon-worshipping disciples. Should we immediately mobilize the disciples to launch a counterattack and take revenge? The entire moon-worshipping cult had been affected by the battle at the White Dragon Mountains. Hearing that the moon-worshipping cult had been brutally suppressed, the moon-worshipping disciples were all furious. They clenched their teeth and demanded to fight back. The crowd was stirred up, and the situation was unstoppable. But Su Yu was indifferent when he heard it. Was there a need to seek revenge by losing troops? Master Baokuin was dead. Once the news spread, the Dustless Moon clan would immediately fall apart and be annexed by others. But Su Yu would not let the Dustless Moon clan disappear just like that. He still needed to make use of the clan. As for revenge, he had personally ended the culprit, Master Baokuin, as revenge for the disciples who had died in vain. As for the remaining great deacons and cave masters, Su Yu had plenty of time to deal with them. Oh, if we bide our time, the Dustless Moon clan will retreat very soon, Su Yu said indifferently. Having lost Master Baokuin, the Dustless Moon clan would not be able to stay for long. Protector Bai Li frowned. But the people are seething with resentment, and the disciples are requesting to fight. If we do not fight now, the disciples will be disappointed and no longer believe in the moon-worshipping cult. What should we do? At the end of the day, he was still worried about the shrinking of the power of faith in the future. Those who did not know better would really think that the higher-ups of the moon-worshipping cult were concerned about the honor of the moon-worshipping cult. Su Yu said calmly, "Only in times of difficulty will the people of the moon-worshipping cult be true disciples. Let those who have abandoned us go." When he finished speaking, He came to the courtyard of the main altar without any explanation. With a thought, he appeared in Princess Rukin's room. Princess Rukin was training in seclusion and did not notice Su Yu's arrival. Su Yu could clearly see that the blood-red soul that was entangled with Princess Rukin's soul had dimmed after being gnawed on by the dense, strange insects. The effect is unexpectedly good. Su Yu was relieved. If this went on, he would definitely be able to devour Princess Linglong's soul completely. Chapter 1879. She was in deep training, so Su Yu didn't wake her up. He left a piece of jade with a divine stone in it in front of her, then left quietly and entered the training room specially used by the sect master. The rewards in the secret realm were not bad, especially the Dao Rain, followed by the jade token of honored Master Baokuin. Su Yu took out the latter first, and as he waved his finger around it, he took out a wisp of Master Baokuin's aura. If he could bring the dead back to life, he might be able to revive Master Baokuin. But he wouldn't. Trace back to the source. Su Yu murmured softly. Life energy was released from the tip of his finger, which surrounded and condensed the whiff of energy. At first, it condensed into a drop of blood. The blood nourished the meridians, and the meridians nourished the bones, lungs, and then the flesh. An hour later, a figure that was exactly the same as Master Baokuin appeared before him. Aside from the emptiness of the eyes and the lack of any soul fluctuations, the aura they exuded was exactly the same. Reviving the dead would completely reconstruct the body and soul of the dead. However, after gaining a new understanding of the law of life, he was able to control this process. It was possible to recover only the body and not the soul. In other words, Su Yu would be able to restore the bodies of any experts who died. However, obtaining honored Master Bao Kuin's body did not mean that he could obtain all of his strength. Without the soul of a three-crown emperor, it was impossible to display the strength this body should have. With a thought, Su Yu used the soul light clone and separated 1/9 of his soul to occupy this body. Master Bao Kuin's gaze flickered slightly, and as he looked at Su Yu, they both smiled. "You have a year to fuse with your body," Su Yu said. 2 years later, they had to guard against the Zither stage wine banquet. Lord Bao Kuin nodded, then sat down cross-legged next to Su Yu and started fusing with his body. Su Yu closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in the comprehension of the Dao Rain. Currently, he had only comprehended the law of space and 40% of the law of life. He still had to comprehend the law of soul, the law of death, the law of time, and the law of fate. There was still a long way to go, so there was no time to delay. Soon, he entered a deep meditative state. At the same time, north of the Dark Star civilization, a resplendent streak of light tore through the dark skies of the Dark Star civilization and descended upon a desolate place. A man and a woman walked out from the light. The man was handsome and mighty, while the woman was beautiful and delicate. Is this the Dark Star civilization? The rumored 4-star civilization? The woman looked around curiously. The man smiled proudly. Yes, my providence has led me here. It must be the Emperor Killer Sword that has appeared. I have a feeling that it has been waiting for me. He was none other than the born emperor, Zhan Wushuang. The Imperial 4-piece set was destined to belong to him. The lady beside him could only be Han Xian. Why is senior brother Wushuang so passionate about the Emperor Killer Sword? She had followed Zhan Wushuang through the Jiuzhou continent, the Galaxy World, the Nine Dragons Valley, and finally to the Absolute Beginning Realm. It was as if Zhan Wushuang's whole life was about fighting and becoming stronger. She didn't quite understand what drove Zhan Wushuang to fight. Zhan Wushuang stared deeply at Han Xian and sighed in his heart. The furthest distance in the world is when my heart is by your side, but you can't see it. He thought of Luo Shuai, the Holy Virgin of the Sorcerer tribe. She had only known Zhan Wushuang for 2 days, but she could tell what Zhan Wushuang was thinking. However, Han Xian, who had known Zhan Wushuang for 20 years, could not tell. Did he really have to say it out loud? Han Xuan's current question was also unspeakable. Why? To give his junior sister and the person he loved a safe harbor. This was the driving force behind his continuous struggle. Maybe it's because I like to take risks? Zhan Wushuang gave a plausible answer. No one knew that he actually preferred peace, and that was all he wanted. Han Xian nodded seriously and smiled. I think so too. Suddenly she thought of something and said, Senior brother, I heard that the sixth prince of the Diyu Empire has a pseudonym, Suyu. Is it that Suyu? There was a passion in her eyes that she couldn't get rid of. Zhan Wushuang saw it, and his feelings were complicated. 10 years had passed, and she still hadn't forgotten him? After thinking about it, Zhan Wushuang lied for the first time. No, I think he is still in the Tao Tai cage. Hearing that, Han Xian's eyes darkened, and she became unhappy. I'm sorry to have lied to you, but this will be the last time. He would obtain the Emperor Killer's sword and control endless power. He would bring Han Xian to the Shangri-La and live an ordinary life. From then on, there would be no more bustling mortal world. No more Suyu, only him and his junior sister. Let's go! I can sense that the Emperor Killer's sword is hidden, waiting for me to retrieve it. Time passed quickly and a year had passed. Other than coming out at a fixed time every month to open the spiritual pool of faith, Suyu had been diligently comprehending the Tao Rain. When he had comprehended all of the Tao Rain, several rays of light appeared on his body, faintly discernible, like chains twining around his body. The first law of space. 40% of the law of life was complete. The law of time was complete. The law of soul was complete. He had comprehended 50% of the law of death. Only the law of destiny was left. But because the dragon of destiny in the divine nine-dragon cauldron could not continue to crystallize, even if he obtained the Tao Rain again, it would be difficult to comprehend. Therefore, before he obtained the Tao Rain again, he had to find a way to completely crystallize the dragon of destiny. Back then, he had used the blood of the sinful Lady Pathmaster to crystallize the dragon of destiny. Did this mean that he could successfully crystallize the dragon of destiny if he found the blood of the Pathmaster? The Diyu Empire, a 3-star civilization, did not have the blood of the Pathmaster. Did 4-star civilizations exist? Ordinary people could not answer. He could only probe the leaders of the other great forces at the Zither platform wine banquet. They might know a thing or two. After comprehending, Suyu took out the legacy of the demonic Sword Emperor and began to comprehend the 6th style. After a year of baptism by the Tao Rain, he had more or less comprehended the 6th style. A month later, Suyu suddenly took out a sword and slashed it in front of him. An obscure but tyrannical sword intent suddenly swept out. The protectors and the preaching elder, who were waiting for the sect master to come out of isolation and open the spiritual pool again, felt a dangerous energy spreading out. They scattered like birds and beasts. Just as they were about to leave, they were shocked to discover that the flowers and trees in the vicinity had withered at the same time. The vitality in their bodies had been wiped out by some mysterious energy in an instant. Protector Bai Li and the others stared the stone door. Was that sword energy? Did the sect master have such high attainments in the path of swordsmanship? Even Protector Bai Li would not dare to block that sword. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Fortunately, the sword energy was very restrained and had not been deliberately released. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape successfully. In the secret chamber, Suyu nodded slowly. The power of the 9 styles of the demonic sword is far greater than that of the previous style. The power of this move, total annihilation, is more than 10 times that of the heaven-cutting sword. He secretly praised it. He remembered that before demonic Sword Rhea had died, he had suddenly comprehended the 10th sword of his life under Yun Yazi's guidance and directly wounded the Path Master. With the realm of an emperor, he had left behind a drop of the sinful Lady Path Master's blood. That sword was the peak of demonic Sword Rhea's sword. Only an ascetic like him, who had devoted his whole life to swordsmanship, could, as the ancient sages had said, understand the path in the morning and die in the evening without regrets. Su Yu might be able to learn all of the 9 styles of the demonic sword, but he might not be able to learn the first style. However, he was very satisfied at the moment. With this style, anyone who was not a 3-crown emperor would not be a match for him. Moreover, if he used this style with the royal scepter dragon sword, its power would probably double. At this point in his training, Su Yu came out of isolation. "Welcome, Sect Master." Protector Bai Li and the others came forward to welcome him. Su Yu waved his hand. "I know why you are here. Say no more." He could not understand how the Reverend Moon, worshipping Sect Master, could endure it. Protector Bai Li looked embarrassed. He thought of something and said, "Sect Master, the Saint Lady has returned and is waiting for you in the Great Moon Hall." Why did she only return after a year? As he pondered, Su Yu first opened the spiritual pool for them, then rushed to the Great Moon Hall. From afar, he saw a slender woman in a snow-white robe standing alone in the great hall, deep in meditation. "The Saint Lady is back?" "Congratulations," Su Yu said indifferently. There was not the slightest hint of joy in his tone. He tried his best to imitate the Bai West Sect Master's attitude, which was both respectful and displeased. The Saint Lady did not detect any abnormality. She turned around and nodded. "I came to you to ask you something." "Speak." Su Yu wore a look of reluctance. However, this was more in line with the Bai West Sect Master's attitude. The White Dragon Mountains were occupied by the Dustless Moon faction, and more than 10 million disciples were poisoned by Master Bao Kuan. "Why didn't you do anything?" The Saint Lady, who was shrouded in a snow-white robe, stared at Su Yu calmly. She sounded like she was interrogating him. Su Yu said, "Now is the time to fight for the Emperor-killing sword. We cannot afford to lose any strength. Although the Dustless Moon faction has occupied the White Dragon Mountains, they have no intention of expanding the war. In that case, it is better not to stir up trouble." He fully portrayed the Bai West Sect Master who coveted the Emperor-killing sword but was afraid of death. As expected, the Saint Lady was not surprised at all. She sneered sarcastically. "Then you must not know that the Emperor-killing sword has appeared in the White Dragon Mountains, right?" Hearing that, Su Yu turned pale with fright. He asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" The Saint Lady's eyes were full of disappointment. She was utterly disappointed in this greedy and incompetent Bai West Sect Master. She said, "It is precisely because of your cowardice that you have missed a great opportunity to seize the Emperor-killing sword." Su Yu was filled with regret. He asked in exasperation, "Why didn't you inform me? If I had known, I would have stopped Master Bao Kuan no matter what. By the way, where is the sword? Was it snatched by Master Bao Kuan?" Seeing his exasperated look, the Saint Lady was disgusted. How good would it be if the Bai West Sect Master was half as smart as that black-robed man? In contrast, the Bai West Sect Master seemed mediocre and incompetent. "He ran away," the Saint Lady said calmly. She was not willing to say another word to the Bai West Sect Master. "Moreover, the Dustless Moon faction has retreated. Your weakness and incompetence have caused a very serious negative impact on the disciples. Until now, there have been many sects withdrawing from the Bai West sect on a large scale." Su Yu's face darkened. He snorted, "So what if they withdraw? There are millions of disciples in the Bai West sect. We don't need them." Hearing that, the Saint Lady was even more furious. This incompetent piece of trash